Good evening. I call the regular meeting for the Ames City Council to order for Tuesday, February 27th. And before we start, got a couple of just quick announcements. First of all, Council item number 29, which is the hearing for sale of Mary Greeley Medical Center property at 2310 East 13th Street, has been pulled by the hospital, and that will come back to you at a later date. So if anyone is here regarding item number 29 and wanted to speak during that hearing, it will not be held tonight. And secondly, we got a card from someone regarding the Wilson property, and we got emails. There's nothing, just so you're aware, you're welcome to come under a public forum and express some comments, but I will share with you, council has seen nothing and has no understanding of what's going on in that project whatsoever. The next step is actually going to be going to planning and zoning. So again, you can, because it's not on the agenda, you can address council under public forum, but there's nothing on the agenda. There'll be no discussion, and there's no decisions that are going to be made. So if you're here for that particular item, again, you're welcome to stay as long as you want to for the meeting. But if you're expecting something to be on in the future or during tonight, there won't be. And so I just want to assure you that's the situation. So with that, we will move on to consent. Oh, and by the way, Councilwoman Betcher is joining us by Zoom this evening. Gloria, there?
Yes, Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. We'll move on to consent. Is there any item that council wishes to pull from consent tonight? All right. Hearing none, entertain a motion to approve consent.
So moved. Second.
Thank you. Roll call.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye.
Aye.
All right. We're going to move on to public forum, and I do have a card from Kim McDermott. Kim, do you want to address council tonight under public forum, or you wish to wait until it goes to public, planning and zoning, and then ultimately to council? Kim? If you'd like to address council, again, I want you to be aware, we have no idea what this project is. We have nothing is in the council action form. So when you're talking about something, you're talking in general to an uninformed city council, just so you're aware, okay? But you're welcome, because you gave us a card, you're welcome to come and talk to council if you can limit your comments to 3 minutes. It's up to you. There'll be other times in the future, if this project does proceed, that it will go ahead and come to council. Please.
Hello, I'm Kim McDermott, and I do understand that there's nothing on the agenda yet. It's just that the neighborhood, we're very concerned about the proposal at 1621 Wilson. And I guess...
Sorry to interrupt you, but you're talking about there's a proposal for some apartments to go there. Is that, again, we have no idea what's going on there, okay?
Correct. Yeah, there has been a preliminary meeting in which one of the planning and zoning staff was at that meeting. And our understanding at this point is there's a proposal to build a 14-unit apartment building. Right now, the rest of the neighborhood is zoned low density. And so we are concerned about that. I do want to just say, I understand that the city does want more infill building, but what I really feel like Ames needs is more single family housing, not more apartments. My understanding is there's a 30% apartment vacancy right now in Ames. Okay, you're saying no, so maybe that's not quite correct, but at any rate, I understand that there is a fairly high vacancy rate for apartments. And according to the Ames Plan 2040, my understanding is it's encouraging an increase in the percent of owner-occupied households. And so I really am hopeful that the council will at least take that into consideration. And hopefully we'll see something like duplexes or townhouses or something like that. I just feel like a 14-unit apartment building plunked down in the middle of an established single-family neighborhood. It just doesn't really seem to make sense to me that it would be built there. Thank you.
Thank you, Kim. And I also have a card from Lori Fawcett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. Yes, I attended that same meeting on February 22nd, which there were a number of us on Wilson and other blocks that attended that. It is zoned right now for individual private homes, as Kim just mentioned to you. And we had many concerns other than it being rezoned, and the fact that it used to be the school barn, and we looked at a number of things in the discussion that day about the back set, that there's a lot of cement in that area right now. And so sometimes even in our community now, when there's a lot of flooding or high waters, there's flooding in basements in our community right now. I live at 1515 Wilson with my husband, Dr. Kennedy Fawcett. So if we put multiple units in that area right now, it would cause more problems. Snow removal would be a problem. There's children in the community that would be a problem that go to Meeker School right there. So we addressed to the homeowner, to the owner of that property, several issues that would be a problem for that area. We know that it has not, we called the zoning board in advance as to this meeting to bring our concerns, and we know that this is a little premature, but we kind of wanted to get on the docket with all of you to raise our concerns as a community, because we've taken great pride in our community. Some of the older homes have been purchased and have been renovated and upgraded, and it's a lovely community now, and we take great pride in it. And I think that we're pretty close knit, and we kind of don't want to see it multi-dwellings. So we come to you asking for your consideration to keep the zoning as it was. We did look at the document. It was your city minutes of 2021, and there was some good exclamations or good points made in that, which gave the city council and the zoning board some good recommendations. So we would like you to look at that and favor in our homeowners' view. Thank you very
Thank you, Lori.
much.
All right, is there anybody else that wants to address council regarding this item? Please. Why you don't have an orange card, that's understandable. Just if you can just state your name
Well, I
and
did it
address.
online, so.
Oh, sorry.
My name's Ralph Goebel. I live at 1518 Wilson, and I'm also here about 1621.
Thank you.
I have a different take on it because I know that this will come up in the future on rezoning. What I want to know, whether the council can do anything about the present zoning and why the owner of that property is running a commercial business there on government zoned land. I have complained to the Housing and Zoning Committee or staff for once every year for the last 6 years about this, and they have failed to enforce your own zoning laws. So I would like to an assurance from the council. Well, let me back up. At the meeting last Thursday, the owner promised to have all the commercial people out of there and the buildings empty by the end of March. I want the council or the city to enforce that, to make sure that it is finished until that property is rezoned to something other than government. Because of that commercial business, he doesn't pay any taxes. And I'm sorry he's not here to defend himself, but the taxes on that property are $372 a year. There is nobody in this town that's paying $372 a year except for this location. And the council, the city has to do something about this and enforce his removal of the commercial tenants in that property. My taxes are $3,400 and I live a block away. So he's got a free ride for the last 7 years because his property was sold in 2017. And so that's my thought, and I hope the city does something about it. Benjamin said he would. He was at the meeting last week, but I want to make sure that everybody knows about it and something's done about it. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. And then Janine? Wiki, I'm sorry. My apologies.
No one can ever pronounce it. So I'm here for about two quick issues.
Sorry, could you just state
One,
your address?
obviously, is this
Your address, please, that's all.
pardon me,
Your address.
1812 Wilson.
Thank you.
So we've been at 1812 Wilson for 29 years. When it comes to the school property, I want to kind of correct what was said, is they're not going to plop a new building on it. According to the meeting that we had last week, is that they're going to use the old brick building and the old metal part. They'll take down one section, but the old metal, basically barn, and go and make it look beautiful and put in 10 two-bedroom units and 4 3-bedroom units. That's what we were told. There will be no off-street parking or there'll be all 32 spots on the concrete to park, but no visitor parking. They will be on the street. That's what we were told. That we were told that he was going to market it to young professionals. However, there is going to be no green space. There'll be no place to barbecue or have a barbecue or walk your dog or, park your car anywhere but on a flat lot. As a mother with 2 young professionals to her name, that's not the apartments they're looking for. We were also told that there is, of course, no way to enforce what a young professional is. So it is really open to anyone who pays the rent. We have also had a couple problems on the street with sewer issues of sewers backing up into people's home. One of our neighbors just spent $6,000 of her own money taking care of her sewer line, and she is in the 1700 block of Wilson to go out to the street, at which time they also found where she connected to the city was cracked. So I'm assuming when they build this new or rebuild all of this, they're only going to leave it with 2 restrooms because otherwise you're dumping everything into a 67-year-old sewer system. And I'm pretty sure the neighborhood is not going to be real happy when all the sewage starts backing up in people's basements. I'm just guessing. So while we need to do something, it's unsightly the way it is. The proposal that's coming out and is not acceptable. It's just really not. And I believe you're our district. We've got a weird thing. Are you north of 16th?
Can you just continue making your
Okay,
comments?
all right.
Yeah.
I don't know who's who. So
Yep.
the other issue that I wanted to bring up is I've been hearing a lot of things about you guys changing the garbage pickups for one different zoning of garbage. When all of the small companies, Chitty and others, got bought out, we were very careful of who we decided we wanted for yard waste, pickup, and cost. I understand a lot of garbage trucks on the streets is unsightly and it makes wear and tear on the streets. However, forcing us to go with someone that you pick for our section of town is unacceptable. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, that's all that I have on electronic list and all the cards. Is anybody else? Sir.
My name's Tom Vilmain, and I live at 604 16th Street. And with my good time college here at Iowa State, I think I figured out why the intersection of 16th Street and 6th, why it becomes a big lake when it rains real hard. And what I found was on the street, there's a sinkhole. And so sometime I'll show you guys where that sinkhole is before we lose any kids. Sorry to bother you.
Oh, thank you. Anybody else? Anything else to say about regarding any other topic that's not on the agenda? All right, we will move on to item number 20, follow up on short-term housing task force request for residential tax abatement incentives.
Good evening, City Council. As the mayor mentioned, this is a follow-up from our December report. The AEDC had formulated a short-term housing task force looking at some immediate measures they think would help support new construction of housing in the city. And we looked at that in December, and it touched on a number of issues, not just tax abatement, which is what we're going to talk about tonight. It looked at kind of the needs of the community at different price points, different housing variety interests as opined by that group. They talked about some development impediments, whether it's development standards or other things that might inhibit the ability to acquire land, development standards, just different things that could inhibit the construction of housing in the city. And then we also talked about incentives, and we talked about how infrastructure construction is expensive and some other issues that go into how you develop a subdivision. Council asked for this to be brought back with more information and to do some additional outreach to the development community that wrote that letter. At the end of January, we received a new letter that focused on some specific issues, which is attached to the report. And tonight, we're focusing solely on the tax abatement question as the incentive option that was put forward to help facilitate more construction of homes in the city. We do plan to come back as quickly as we can regarding the Pioneer infrastructure question, as well as potential changes or flexibility with development standards. Ideally, we'll be back in the beginning of March with those things. But from a task force perspective, getting a resolution on whether this tax abatement policy would be enacted and we would follow through on that was the number one priority. So that's why we're here tonight. So with the information that we have, we've outlined the task force request, which is to look for a tax abatement program that would last for 5 to 7 years and have a schedule of either a 3-year 100% abatement or a 5-year sliding scale. They both result in the same amount of abated value, but on a different time frame. They would like it to apply to both single family construction or ownership housing, as well as to multifamily construction. And generally, it's thought of as being a citywide program. It's not targeted at any one developer. It's meant to be available to any development project across the city, and it's not about any one site or project in the city. As staff has looked at that request, we've outlined for you some additional information, how some other cities have done this. There are examples in Iowa, central Iowa specifically, about different communities that do offer tax abatement programs with different types of abatement schedules. Some have criteria, some do not. And we've outlined an option as staff that kind of looks at a combination of the issues that have been brought forward, both by the developer as well as the conversation that the council had in December. There are a lot of different choices from a policy perspective of whether you look at this as strictly an economic development incentive, or do you look at it as a policy tool that can maybe move towards different priorities of the council, whether it's a housing priority, a green building priority, different things that could be out there as an interest to the council. So for city staff, what we recommended as a combination of features that would seem to be a package that addresses interest from both sides of this conversation, we're putting forward a proposal that looks at essentially a 2.5-year program, essentially as a pilot program. So I want to make sure that's clear. Tonight, we are not enacting anything. If council gives direction to move forward with what parameters they want in the program, we have to come back and establish these districts to allow for developers to take advantage of the benefits of it when they sell these homes in the future. And the benefit goes to the owner of the property. It does not go to the developer. If they're holding the property as a spec home, yes, they could have a deferral of taxes. They don't intend to hold those homes long enough to take advantage of this. They hope to sell them or move them on to somebody else that gets the benefit of this program. But how this would work is the way it's described is that for the remainder of 2024, all of 2025, and for any homes started in 2026, that would be the eligible improvements or homes that are constructed that could then take advantage of any tax abatement schedule that we adopt. So it's essentially a 2.5-year window to start the construction of a home in Ames and then take advantage of staff's recommended abatement schedule. And we're recommending a 5-year sliding scale program. We believe that with the recent changes in tax laws, it's a little bit better in our interest to slowly get some revenue to the general fund from the tax abatement rather than just have a 3-year 100% abatement for 3 years and then go full tax payment back to us. Again, it's the same value of money abated over 5 years. It's just whether we're getting some in year 2 and 3 or a lot in year 4 and 5. So they're not a significant difference, but we think as staff, the 5-year abatement sliding scale is better. We also are proposing that the incentive apply to ownership housing. And this comes from the conversation in December about our Ames Plan 2040 goal to look at ways that we could encourage additional ownership housing opportunities in the city. We have about a 60-40 split of rental housing to ownership housing in the city. Not uncommon for a college town, but for us, we looked at, well, we would like to see more ownership housing developed. And if we're going to have an incentive, do we want to use that to push that needle? Or are we, as the developers are asking for, is it to be available to all types of housing in the city? But we're proposing ownership housing as city staff. We are also proposing to kind of compromise in the discussion of what type of housing are we, and what type of price point, what type of housing are we supporting as the city? There was some conversation about should there be a cap on the value of a home? Should it be available to all types of homes? We found that we could do an alternative that wasn't really discussed in December, where we abate a certain amount of fixed, up to a certain amount of fixed value, regardless of the home. And the option here kind of gives an equal incentive to anybody, whether it's a lower cost home or a more expensive cost home. So in that case, you're not giving a larger incentive to a more expensive home. You're giving the same incentive to a more expensive home as to a lower cost home. We picked $400,000 as that cap. We understand from the task force letter that many of the homes that are on the market that are single family detached anyways are starting around $450,000 in the current environment that they've been constructed. We have seen townhomes and maybe other smaller homes built under that price point. So staff picked $400,000 to really cover any full cost of a new townhome project or a smaller detached home project. But then that same value would carry over whether it's a $600,000 house or $1 million house that's built on a larger lot or in a larger development. And ultimately, we recommended no other criteria at this time. We did discuss different choices you could make in terms of green building or other features you could request out of a project. But we're saying at this point, to address the immediate need, we were thinking that it was best to move ahead with a simple program in this pilot project phase and evaluate if you wanted to add other criteria or not through this discussion. So with that, that's the conclusion of our overview of our proposal, and take any questions.
Thanks, Kelly. Questions?
I had one question. You said, does this proposal, was it citywide or is it URA specific?
Yeah, so this was kind of a little bit of a detail. When under state law, to enact these things, you have to create what's called an urban revitalization area. There are criteria. You can't just do this, but creation of an urban revi area to support residential infrastructure, meaning residential development, is allowed under state law. So you could theoretically apply it or create it citywide. There are some problems there in terms of notification requirements in our eyes, and it in also making the findings that citywide you need an incentive program if you're not really addressing blight or underutilized areas. So what we're recommending is a policy that by development you adopt an urban revi area, but the policy applies citywide. So again, it's not targeted to the north, it's not targeted to the south. It would be any eligible development area that comes in. The policy would be to support creating that same urban revi area and giving that 2-year window for improvements.
But greenfield?
It would be anywhere you designate, but essentially it would be thought of as new development areas of the city.
Okay.
When you say tax abatement, is that, taxes that are collected include county, city, school district, DMAC, and maybe a little more?
Yeah, so there's a couple of details here too, and the state changed how tax abatement works starting this year. So on tonight, you have one of your other items is to do your annual approval of people that are eligible for tax abatement. The people that are being acted upon tonight are living under old rules. Next year, when you do this, if it's a residential project, residential property cannot have the school district taxes abated. So when you do this program, you are essentially abating the county assessment and the city assessment. I'm not sure if the DMAC one falls in that school district protected one or not, but it's not a significant amount in the total. So if we do this program, you will still pay your school taxes. You will not pay city or county taxes, or I shouldn't say you won't pay them. You'll have an amount abated against what that tax bill would be. Now, one other detail that I don't think was clear when we were talking about this is when you first are approved for abatement, let's say it is $400,000, that is the abated amount. If your assessed value increases over the 5 years, your abated amount stays at $400,000. It does not go up with the escalation in value of your property. So you would incrementally be paying taxes on that increased value over 5 years. It would not just be blocked out for that whole time frame.
And that's assessed value, not taxable value.
Assessed value, correct. You have $400,000 of assessed of value abated, and then the taxes are calculated off the remainder.
So if a house were started May 1, would 100% tax abatement apply, but after July 1, it would not? Or what's the cutoff?
It'll be next year when you certify a property as eligible for abatement. So I think the way the law is written is that for new residential properties after July 1 of 2024, the residential abatement doesn't apply. If you already have it, it doesn't change that. But you can't really approve a new one until next year. So I think anybody
Got
that's
it.
going to take advantage of this is probably not going to get the school taxes
Yeah.
abated. That's my understanding.
Yeah.
All new to all of us because this was a new thing that didn't exist until this year.
Thank you. Questions and comments? Gloria, do you have any questions or comments?
Yes, Mayor, I do. Kelly, on Tuesday night, we heard from Vanessa about the housing gap on rental units and on homeowner units. And I'm wondering how much we should take the data from that presentation into account. It appears that we have a rental housing gap of about 955 units, which might suggest that providing abatement for rental housing would also make sense. But I'm not sure how to bring that information into this conversation. In other words, is it pertinent or is that data skewed in some way because of the way it was collected or the purpose for which it was supposed to be used?
I think it's a little hard to comment. I think we all, sorry, we contracted out that data survey and we were using a subset of data that HUD required us to look at. I think we all saw that information, and I think we'd have to dig into that a little bit deeper to see how that translates to an incentive policy and what that means. I will always tell you we need more of all types of housing in the city. I am not saying we need one type of housing. The reason we're focused on ownership is we believe that by the policy in our comp plan, we want to encourage that. If we can switch a few units from being developed as rental to ownership, that's a goal of the city. We still need all of those units to be built either way.
And the other question I have relates to our redirection areas for Ames Plan 2040. Are those areas such that we could identify them as urban revitalization areas for the purposes of this abatement program? Or would we not be doing that simply because they are infill and it makes it more challenging for us.
I would advocate that when you have adopted a plan or zoning for a redirection area, you consider whether an urban revitalization area is necessary to further that vision. So I would not just take the 6 that we discussed in December and apply URA to it, because now you're incenting something without a purpose. And 2 years ago, we undid existing URAs because we were just blindly giving out incentives that weren't matching council policy. I absolutely believe when we get into those redirection areas and adopt new standards, you should revisit whether an incentive is necessary or not. And that very often would include multifamily housing, not just ownership housing.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Can you also remind us whether or not we can have more than one abatement sort of policy put out there? For instance, if we do want to also offer an incentive for some of our green activities, but we don't want to necessarily tie it and make that the only one that's offered in Ames, is there that opportunity to have 2 abatement?
Yeah, I believe we can. I think the law that sets this up is very clear that you have to treat like properties similarly, meaning you can't pick one single family home to get abatement and not another, but you can also establish criteria for the abatement. And our understanding is you can have options within the same urban revite area for what criteria you want to comply with. And if that leads to a different incentive, that's okay.
Okay,
So the short answer is yes, I think we can do that.
okay. Thank you.
I have a few questions, Kelly. So could you remind council and the community where we are in terms of the Ames 2040 plan? Do you happen to have a sense of targeted where we would be if we were on course with the 2040 plan, and then where we are in terms of housing starts?
So when the first letter from the summer was delivered to the council, they talked about our housing goals and our production goals. And what we talked about with Ames Plan 2040 was accommodating population growth of 15,000 people over 20 plus years. So that would average out to approximately, through a lot of the housing analysis, approximately 300 homes per year in combination of multifamily and single family would yield that 15,000 people. Now, I think what we talked about in December was that was not a growth target of the city. That was a plan that could accommodate growth. So we don't have we must grow by 300 homes a year. We have a plan that says if you average that many, this is how build out of the city would work. Now, our production in terms of housing has been, for the last 3 years, has been far below 300 units. We had, I have these numbers from we just did our budget presentation. So last year we had 62 single family homes constructed in the city, which was a 5-year low. 2019 was the last time we had that low of development. But our 3 or 5 year average is in that 70 to 80 house range for single family. And that includes attached and detached housing, so townhomes or detached housing. And then our apartments, we had a huge number built right at the end of the increase in enrollment of ISU. So we had a time where the system had to absorb a large amount of housing that was built in 2017 and 18. And we've had a very slow development of apartments over the last year. So I think we've had about 52 new units of multifamily last year, only 18 the year before that, and that was coming out of the pandemic. And then in 2021, we had 110 units. So multifamily typically has bigger swings because when you approve the project, a bunch of units are built that 1 year. But if no new project starts, you get very few. So we've really had very few multifamily starts. I think we've talked about that. There's a need for more land in the city. We need to open up those growth areas. We need to have land available for developers to build. Our comp plan supports multifamily housing. So it isn't like it's not allowed. We just need to get that land on the market.
Okay. And just for comparison purposes, if we think about some of our neighboring communities and peer communities, do you happen to know off the top of your head what a Waukee or Ankeny or Huxley are building in the last year?
I don't know exact numbers. I think it's really hard to compare yourself to an Ankeny and Waukee which are nationally some of the fastest growing communities in the nation.
Sure.
So they're growing at, in some years, they're having permits of over 800 permits a year for single family. And I don't know if that's last year or 2 years ago, but just to give you an order of magnitude, but they're also in the upper echelon of national housing growth.
Yeah, and I think it's totally fair. We understand these are apples and oranges, but still, probably at least 10 times the number of housing starts that we're experiencing. Could you, the $400,000 target, could you walk us through where that number comes from and just the different policy implications of using that 400,000?
I think, so we picked it, a lot of it was based on the first letter from the task force, where they talked about different buckets of affordability, different ranges, cohorts of people. And then they also talked about how $450,000 was kind of that beginning price point of what's been built on the market if it's a detached single family home. And our understanding was attached single family can be built under $400,000. We have seen small lot detached homes built for under $400,000. So we did not believe if we set an incentive that was in the $300,000 range or the $250,000 range, that would produce any housing, because the market wasn't really capable of doing that. So if that was our goal, we didn't feel like we were really going to increase any housing if it was that targeted. So staff felt it was a little bit more balanced if we gave the same value of incentive to a lower cost home as to a higher cost home. That's really where we came from this at. Is 400,000 have a magic to it that's going to facilitate anything specific? I don't know that it is, but it definitely fit that idea that we wanted to prioritize workforce and I wouldn't call it starter home because no one's probably starting in a $400,000 home, but some of that first level move up options, some of those replacement housing for other lower cost housing in the city, that seemed to be our priority and our greatest need. So we thought that fit right there. And it doesn't discourage more expensive housing, because you're still getting a tax abatement. You're just not getting a full abatement of your more expensive home.
Mm-hmm. And you talked about this being a pilot project. What would we be thinking about as a council in terms of the success of that? So let's say we're 2 years out. If we build 80 houses or 100 houses, how do we as a council know whether this program has been successful? Because there are also other market forces at work. Interest rates are an important factor. Inflation has been through the roof in construction costs. So a number of other variables are at play. How would we as a council think about benchmarking the success of a program like this?
I think it's a great conversation because we haven't really talked about, well, how would we know if this was a good program or not at the end of it? So we talked about last year, we were at a 5-year low, and we saw that without incentives in a very low interest rate environment, we were producing maybe up to 90 homes. You'd have to go back almost 8 years to be well over 100 home production. I would hope that this program gets you closer to 100. Financially, depending on how you want to look at this, is it over a 5-year window or a 10-year window to see the return on this investment? You need substantial production to make up for giving up the taxes that you were going to get anyways if there was no incentive, right? So if we did nothing and we only built 62 homes next year, you were getting taxes from 62 homes. So if this incentive package only yields a few more homes, we gave up a lot of money in general fund revenue to get very little. So I think we need to hope that this gets closer to that 100 unit target, hopefully even more than that, to justify the incentive that's being given out.
And you anticipated my next question. So in the legislature, we often hear discussion about understanding the fiscal impact. They talk about a fiscal note on things. How would we think about the impact financially? So there would be taxes that we would not receive, but then over the long haul, ideally, there would be taxes we would receive. So there's that piece of it. And there's just also the importance of building the community. I am very concerned that the lack of housing will have impacts on our schools. We need to make sure that there are opportunities for families to move to the community. And a family may not be affording necessarily their first house as being one of these houses that are being constructed, but by not having those houses, there's not a shift from people wanting to move up, and so freeing other housing. But is there a way that as a council, we could think about the fiscal impact of an abatement program?
I probably can't just off the top of my head tell you exactly what that would mean. I can tell you that with the $400,000 abatement value, if someone takes advantage of that, the city is foregoing $6,000 of general fund revenue over 5 years. So if that gives you a sense, the value to the homeowner with the county abatement included is about, this is all under last year's tax system. So with rollback at 46% and the tax rates from last year. So this is where this is coming from. The total value is about $9,400 on $400,000. Roughly 6,000 of that is city value. So that at least gives you a starting point of what you have to get a return on that investment at some point. So it all depends on your horizon. Is it a worthwhile investment over 5 years, 10 years, or 50 years?
Right, and that's not something we've ever had a
Yeah,
discussion
so
about.
that's why I don't think I can answer that tonight.
Yeah, and I don't have a sense of this either. But yeah, I'd like to hear what other people's thoughts are on that. Thank you for fielding these questions.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Rachel, what questions do you have tonight?
Nothing.
Okay. Amber, do you have any questions?
I don't have questions. I have comments.
Comments?
Okay.
Sorry, it was too narrow, my How about you? Do you have any comments?
Yeah, I'll jump in after.
Okay, all right, yeah.
So I guess my first comment, and this is more of a caution to council, is that we don't overcomplicate this potential program. I think tax abatement is a difficult concept for the average person to understand to begin with. And then when you get into limits and what types of houses qualify and what doesn't, and special programs here and pieces of the community that apply and don't apply, I think that makes it very, very confusing. So that's one reason, I guess, not to overcomplicate it. The second reason, I think, is the entire goal of this conversation and this proposal is to increase the amount of housing and the diversity of housing. And so when we start talking about limits on things, I'm not sure that we're actually addressing our intended goal. So personally, I'm not in favor of putting a limit on new single family construction. And that's in an effort not to complicate it, but it's also because, and I think the report speaks to this, when we talk about opening up housing, it's important that there are options for people who are moving into a higher type of housing or a more expensive type of housing. And if you can find a way to incentivize all of those things, I think it improves the condition of the entire housing market as a whole. So I would be in favor of not putting a limit on single family new construction. I also think, which the staff report speaks to this as well, that it should be citywide. We shouldn't look at, doing certain developments or certain styles of developments. When it comes to owner occupied versus rental, I've kind of gone back and forth on this. And, after talking with a lot of different people and a lot of different constituencies, I think it's really important, and Gloria raised this already in reference to our workshop that we had last week, that we look at that piece of rental housing that's really missing in the community. And I think that is those smaller projects that are intended for families or workforce housing and those types of things. So I am personally not in favor of looking at incentivizing large rental properties, that would be in high density areas. But I would be in support of looking at smaller developments like townhomes or duplexes or, fourplexes or things like that, that really speak to that missing group of rental units that I think we're looking for in diversifying the rental housing that we have in Ames. Those are my comments.
Thanks. Rachel.
Yeah, thanks for your comments, Amber. I think that's helpful. I'm not interested in incentivizing rental with this program because I think it's going to be difficult to pass that incentive onto the renter. instead of it staying with the developer. I think with owner occupied tax abatement, it's going to be a lot easier to see that benefit. So that's why I'm supportive of keeping it simple with owner occupied just for this program, and then we can find other ways to address missing rentals in our community, especially some of those missing middle type housing. I would really like to see townhomes and duplexes and triplexes be owner occupied as well, because we don't have a lot of that in our community, and what we do have is rental. I am supportive of the limit at 400,000 for now. I think this would help incentivize smaller, more affordable projects, but still help with supply for larger houses as well. I think what the market's doing is that in our 62 houses that were bought, they're all at that higher level. So it could incentivize what the market's doing right now with more supply, but put more emphasis on more affordable homes that we're looking for in the middle of the income range.
Nita, what thoughts do you have? Questions?
I agree with the comments, and I appreciate the work that's been done. I agree about the owner-occupied piece of it, as well as the $400,000 cap, thinking that, again, to Rachel's point, that it's not as if that doesn't benefit those homes at the higher end, since everyone, no matter what that dollar amount would be, would qualify for up to $400,000. I also agree with the idea of focusing on owner-occupied, thinking that that has more direct benefit to those individuals that are wanting to find housing in our community. To Tim's point about that stock being here means that perhaps folks that are in homes that are in that $200,000 to $300,000 up to $400,000 range might find something at those higher levels and then make more stock available for starter homes or those that are looking to purchase at that level. Yeah, and I understand not trying to complicate it. I am interested in another proposal, but this one that has been put forward for owners, that abatement schedule that you proposed as well for over 5 years. I like the idea of a pilot so that we can see how that's going. And yeah, those are my comments.
Ron?
This is such an interesting topic. It's I've
By
enjoyed.
the way, we will have public comment too, but I was just curious to kind of get some
Mhm.
questions and comments out to start with.
Yeah, I've really enjoyed. I've enjoyed hearing everyone's points of view on this, and so just my take. Oh, let's see. I'm not sold on it having to be ownership, but I understand that for the purposes of this pilot, maybe it's simpler if we just do that. I would like to see it citywide, so it's not just greenfield development, but it could be infill. I know it's going to be rare that that might happen, but any chance for an empty lot, say, or something like that, that would be okay. So if the burden is just a mailing notification burden and the cost of that, then I think I would probably be willing to forego that, or, to pony up in order to.
We'll circle back on that for a second
Mhm.
after you finish your comments. Go ahead.
Yeah. The cap at 400,000, I think is okay. I think, again, it will still incentivize, you still get some benefit on building a home that's even more expensive. But again, what we're trying to really encourage by this are things that are in that more affordable range, which has been said. I am a fan of density, though. So if it's owner occupied, like Rachel mentioned, but could be a triplex even, or these are things that we don't see much here, but that's not that they don't exist elsewhere. So I would be willing to turn up the density, even if we are limiting it just to owner occupied. I think that covers all the things.
Can I clarify? We said owner occupied. It was any format of ownership, whether it was a detached fee simple lot ownership or a condo. So if you
okay.
built a 3-unit building and you made it into 3 condos,
That would still
The
qualify.
condo owner would apply for the abatement, and if there was an ownership requirement, if they live there, then they'd be eligible.
Okay, so it would cover more density
So
if
staff's
owner
proposal is any unit is owner occupied, regardless of the ownership format, would be eligible.
Okay,
So it's not a building eligibility, it's a ownership eligibility
Sure.
standard.
good.
So for example, like 4 townhomes in a row, each of the owners would have their own tax abatement.
Yep. So let's say you as a developer built 6 attached single family homes on their own lots. 3 people bought their own townhome, they could apply for the abatement. The other 3 are rented. Those 3 just don't get abatement, but the owner still would. So it's not about the project complying, it's about the unit being consistent with the standards of the abatement program.
Can you
Okay.
clarify that? So if you have 3 that were owner occupied, that makes sense. 3 that are rented, the person who owns the rental unit is eligible for tax
You-
abatement?
If you have an owner occupant requirement, then no, the rental unit would not be owner occupied. Now, if it was and you still rented it, I think you're eligible, but the owner has to be in that residence.
Brown, about the point about the cost for citywide notification, would you just, if it was a citywide, would you kind of just explain for those that may not be aware?
Yeah,
what
so
that
from my
impact?
quick reading of establishing these things, we haven't done it frequently, so every time we do one, I have to go read the law and see exactly what I got to do, plus they change it. It appears that we must not only publish notice of adopting this ordinance, which is typical, it appears that we must send a mailed notice to all owners of property in the area that's being designated. So my understanding is if we designated the full city, then every owner of property must receive mailed notice.
And could the utility bill insert count for those addresses that get one of those?
No, I would go off of assessor records.
I mean, we couldn't
It's not that I
just put
can't.
it in the city side thing and then,
No, because it
mail it to
has to be
everyone
in
else too.
no, because it has to be in a prescribed time frame.
I
Has to be
see.
within 30 days prior to the hearing that adopts the ordinance.
So what's the cost on that type of?
I'm not
thing?
100% sure how many parcels I have to do, but let's say there was 30,000 parcels,
$21,000 in postage.
somewhere between, somewhere around 15-ish thousand to $20,000 probably, depending on the format of the notice that we have to send out.
If you did a citywide URA.
Yep. And that's again, assuming that we can meet the criteria to do that. I didn't look at it in that great of depth to make sure that we could do that, but that's the trade-off. And I think for me, I think if you allow all uses, I get a little bit more concerned about citywide because again, what are you facilitating or targeting that you don't know that you're facilitating or targeting? Now, if it's a narrower group of ownership housing, I think it's pretty clear exactly what you're expecting to see. The building type doesn't matter. It's just the ownership pattern versus whether it's apartments or not. Because we've seen you have zones across the city where people right now are not changing over to higher density. There's some limits, natural breaks in the market. But if you've added incentive to the market, you don't know what's going to happen in Old Town. Does that change your ability to maybe say, I'm going to think about this differently? We did discuss in December, we did not want to encourage tear down rebuilds. So if we did go citywide, I would insist that we have the standard that it has to be a new lot so that you don't incent the tear down rebuild. So you don't take a small lower cost house, tear it down and then put something back that just has a higher cost, but doesn't gain housing.
That's a good point. And I do agree that we don't want to incentivize that. What if, and just hypothetically, what if a property's so far gone? Like, would that be allowed as a tear down rebuild?
So just to get into the weeds, which I think is what you want to do here. So let's pick a property we own. So right, we bought a blighted home on the corner of Grand, 2 blocks from City Hall, sitting there as a vacant lot, right? So if we adopt this citywide, that lot will be eligible, whatever our standards are. If someone can build on that, they'll be eligible for tax abatement. If we do not adopt a generic citywide standard, that property won't get tax abatement because there won't be a program that applies to one lot. You can't do it on a single lot basis under state law.
Okay.
So that's the one thing is if you really had a lot of vacant lots kind of sprinkled throughout the city, there'd be a lot of more justification to do it citywide. They're few and far between right now.
Do you have a comment, Steve?
No, that's good.
Okay.
You got the answer.
Jeff, what's your perspective on this?
I like the idea of the 2.5 pilot year or pilot program just to kind of see how it works and how it, is used. I know this is like a relatively new thing, so I don't have much insight on it, but I kind of echo a lot of the previous comments.
Thanks. Gloria, do you have any comments you want to make?
I agree that I like the idea of including single-family townhome, condo, and two-family under this umbrella because we do need that missing middle housing. And I would like to see us in the future looking at what it would take to incentivize the rentals. But I don't think that we want to do that with this program right now. And I am concerned, as Tim asked, where our revenue goes in the future. And I think right now we are in uncertain times, given what the state legislature has been doing with our ability to levy taxes and the rollbacks that have been occurring. I would rather not lock us in for more than 5 years on this program. And I would hope that we have an aggressive assessment of whether it is successful or not. And as far as the $400,000 limit goes, I think that given what we're trying to accomplish, $400,000 seems fair. In the future, I'd also like to see us look at perhaps a 3-year 100% abatement program for some sort of green sustainability requirements for construction, but I don't want that under this program because I think it's something else that we need to develop separately.
Thank you. Tim, do you have any comments you want to make before you go to public input?
Yeah, my prior questions were I took up a lot of time with that. I'll just say two things. I want to keep our focus on what Kelly gave us earlier as sort of our scorecard of how we're doing so far. And if one thing is really important to keep in mind, we're way behind where we should be on building houses. So, and to that end, I want to make sure that what we do is we're swinging the bat hard. If we're doing something and this is a bunt, then this is really sort of a waste of time. I want to swing for the fence on this. And so just incrementally nipping at the edges is not going to create the incentives that we need. So I look forward to hearing public comment on this, but those are some of the driving philosophies that I have.
All right, thank you. All right, we'll open up public input. People are invited to come up and address council. Ask you to limit your comments to 3 minutes or less if you would. And I have no one shown as listed as signed up. So if anyone who wants to address council.
Ralph Goble, 1518 Wilson. Kelly, you spoke of new development areas. Is that going to be spelled out on how the abatement's going to be applied? I assume, I realize what everybody said. I just struck me that the new development areas you mentioned.
Ralph, if you want to go ahead and address your comments and pose your questions, and I'll make sure that Kelly answers your questions. Okay, it's not a coming up and asking staff questions. If you have a question,
okay. I'm sorry.
That's okay. If you have a question, go ahead and ask it. I'll write it down. Make sure Kelly answers it for you. But what comments do you
I have 3 questions. The new development areas, how they're spelled out.
Okay.
And if multifamily or rental is approved for abatement. Well, it's actually 2 questions. I'm sorry. If the incentive, their abatement will still be 400,000, or will it be more because of a larger project?
Okay.
Is that
sure? Thank you.
okay?
you get those down, Kelly, those questions.
Yeah.
We'll come back to you.
Yeah.
Right. Other comments?
Good evening, council, mayor, city manager. Kurt Friedrich, 106th Street. Our family's been in the real estate business here in Ames for almost 100 years. And in the 30 plus years that I've been in the industry here, we've really not seen any meaningful incentives provided for housing in the community. And I got to tell you, I am really excited that you guys are taking up potential tax abatement for housing. Thank you for doing that. It shows me that you're acknowledging the challenges that we have with housing right now. And I guess I'm hoping that we'll send a message to the community and those outside the community that Ames is open for business and that we want people here. I'm a competitive guy by nature, and I have felt for a long time that we have been at a competitive disadvantage in getting people here. This is a big step. This could be a big step if it's a bold strategy to get people here. We want to accomplish that goal. We have a huge supply deficiency. This program potentially will inspire builders to help address that supply deficiency. Going back to the numbers that Kelly had brought up, we are failing miserably at meeting the goals for housing right now. We're meeting roughly 20%, building roughly 20% of the units that are desired to be created on average here over the next 20 years to meet the projected population growth. So we do need to, as Tim said, swing for the fences here. We need to be aggressive. So I am in support, full support of the task force recommendations and would ask you to consider those recommendations in establishing this program. Particularly, it should be citywide. It should have a 5-year runway. Looking at it for just 2.5 years, folks, it takes me 2.5 years to get a development approved. From going through the acquisition, identification of a site, and acquisition, and engineering, and planning, and approvals, and then building the infrastructure and roads and getting the lots ready for construction. It takes a good long time just to ready a development for construction. So there are limited sites, very limited sites that will be impacted by a 2.5-year period. The other aspects that I think we need to be mindful of here is we should not be placing a cap on the improvement value here. If we really want to see some aggressive building of new product. You see, one thing that we're dealing with right now is that our homeowners are very comfortable in their homes with their low rate mortgages, and they don't have compelling reasons to move out of their homes. This would provide a compelling reason for our move up buyers. And what does that do? That creates churn. Churn is really important to open up existing inventory of owner occupied and rental housing. We need them both. We're about 50-50 in our community of owner occupied and renters. We need to meet both segments of our population.
Thank you.
Any questions?
Thanks, Kurt.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor, I have a question. I'm not sure if I understand. Is the abatement just starting for homes that are 400,000, or are they for less expensive homes?
Good question, and we will go ahead and make sure that gets answered.
And may I ask, may I make one more statement on that property at 1621, on the notes on 2021 from your city council meeting? In those documents, it said that there was room for 4 new single-family homes on that lot in your city council meetings notes of 2021. And our neighborhood is not, maybe there was a new home that was just built on a vacant lot, and I believe it sold for $375,000. That was a first homeowner in Ames. And he was so happy to buy that home because that was his first home. But he probably would have loved that abatement, but it was not at the 400,000. But certainly lower houses could have stand that abatement too. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Good evening, Chuck Winkleblack, Hunziker Companies, 105 South 16th Street. I know I shared some thoughts in an email, but just wanted to, expound on a few things. The good news is we're a thriving, growing community. We have businesses that want to expand their businesses, move their businesses here. And one of the first things that comes up is our lack of housing in all price points. So I don't know how many of you remember this past year when the assessments came out. I'm sure some of you got some phone calls. Some of you may have got several phone calls because the assessed values went up sometimes 30 to 40%. Well, I kind of said this in my email, but it really is to Kurt's point about supply and demand. If we continue to try to move more people into this town with little or no additional inventory, guess what's going to happen to the price? It's all going to continue to go up. So I know it's we say we have to try to do something for affordable housing. That's a whole separate topic, because in the 35 years or so that I've been doing that, we talk about it every year, but nothing meaningful ever really gets put forth as far as how do we really address affordable housing. But we need numbers in all price ranges, all price points, rental for owner occupied. The number of houses that we have for sale in our market is minuscule. The number of new construction things that we have is minuscule. Some of the things we've been fighting are high inflation. That's driven things up dramatically. I gave you some examples where it's gone up 35% in 3 years. And to Kurt's point, they're not going to give up. People are not going to give up low mortgage rates without a reason to do it. The other thing we're seeing in the rental market that, again, helps the housing is there's a movement towards people that, I'll use myself, that are my age, that don't want to own a home anymore, that want to go to a rental so that they don't have to worry about if we have a hailstorm or if our furnace goes out. So I know in a college town, the rentals get a bad rap someday, but there's a lot of people that just choose today to rent. And guess what that does? That opens up houses, and a lot of times at the lower spectrum. And Kurt's right. When we get the people to move up, then we're generally opening up the houses. That's why they call it a move-up market. We're opening up houses at the lower price points. But there has to be an incentive for people to do it, or they're not going to give up their 2.5% or 3.5% loan. At one point in this town, and I realize it was 15 or 16 years ago, we built 225 new single-family homes in Ames, Iowa. And now, last year, Kurt and Luke, of those 62 new homes, 30 of those were townhouses. So we're down to 32 new single-family houses. So to think that there's not a shortage or that we need to do something dramatic just understates the magnitude of the issue that we're facing. And Kelly was talking about, well, it's going to cost the city $6,000. You know, we focus on what we don't get sometimes. But guess what? In 5 years, all of those will be paying full taxes. And I would suggest that if we do something meaningful here, that the number of homes that will be built that will still take in more property tax revenue than if we stay on the course of action that we're at right now. It's just that simple. We have to do, for many reasons, because of the affordability, because we have new employers. Everything points to the fact that, and Ames is not unique. Everywhere we go that we work, every community is addressing a housing shortage. Are we going to do something meaningful to try to address it? Or are we going to have it be like affordable housing and we talk about it as an issue every year, but we don't really try to do anything to address it?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else?
Good evening, Council. Luke Jensen, 2519 Chamberlain, and I'm with RES Development. This summer, the task force met, and it was a group of stakeholders to talk about the housing challenges that our community faces. That group was represented by a variety of different interests, business owners, housing professionals, public officials, a wide variety of people, and located or identified several of the issues. And tonight's one of the topics that we're going to talk about. I'm hopeful here in March there'll be other ones that the task force also put together to bring in front of the council. Tonight with the tax abatement, as I read the staff report, I think it was honestly a disappointment to see how limited it was, and to see how it just did not have the boldness that I think that our community needs to provide the housing. We talked about 62 houses. Other communities are building far more houses than what we are here in Ames, and I think that we have an opportunity to do something different. I don't see the difference between a rental and an owner-occupied and what that does financially to the community, or just for the sheer fact of providing more opportunity for people to be here. I've been fortunate to be a part of some development projects that were in some infill areas. They received tax abatement as historical redevelopments. What I experienced was people that lived in that community or in that neighborhood moved to these new homes. That unlocked or opened up new inventory within these great, beautiful neighborhoods of South Campus area and the Roosevelt area. And those homes became move-in for new families, first-time home buyers. We didn't have to go out to the green fields and start building $400,000 houses. So I want to think about drawing that distinction between owner-occupied and rental. And I think that as we look at this massive challenge that's in front of us, those should be looked at equally. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? All right, we'll close public input. Kelly, there's a few questions I asked. One was, does the abatement start at $400,000, or how does it work? Can you explain that, please?
It's the first $400,000 of value.
So to be silly, if someone builds a $100,000 house,
It'd be
they would get
100% of their $100,000.
yeah, up to 400,000, not starting at 400,000.
Correct.
Yep. Also, there's a couple of questions about if you do multifamily housing, is it limited at 400,000 or is it more? How does that work?
It wouldn't be more because an apartment's not typically worth $400,000. I'll have to look into that a little bit more. My understanding, this is that situation where you have to treat like classifications the same. Again, state law changed. Multi-residential is no longer an assessment category. There's just residential. So my understanding is this, whatever number you put in place will apply to an apartment or a single family home as that abatement value. If it's no limitation on, so what I'm getting at is you can't say an apartment has a lower amount of abatement value. It will have to be the same as a single family home if you don't have an owner occupancy requirement.
Define
because
it.
it's classified as a residential use. And my understanding is I can't distinguish within the class the value of the abatement. I can have an eligibility criteria that you have to meet to get it, but I can't say you get less if you're a residential class. That's my understanding of the way it's written right now because of the changes that we've had to deal with.
So define apartment then. Would apartment be multiple units in one building? That would be called an apartment, or is that per living unit?
So in the zoning ordinance, we define an apartment building as 3 or more attached units that are not on separate lots.
So if you build a 12-plex for sake of discussion, it would be capped at $400,000.
No.
See what I'm saying?
Yeah, now I see what you're saying.
I think that's a question too.
I really would have to talk to the city assessor about how she sees that.
It's a good question.
So if you could go back to the old model, which is unfortunate, you could go and kind of minimize them all, and then each one would be eligible for the full abatement. But I understand what you're saying. If I just have 12 units, it probably would be $400,000 for the 12 units if you did not condominium. That would be my guess, but I definitely need
I think it's
to consult with the city assessor.
This is we're just a starting point, but it was a question. So, and there's one other question that he raised about new development, or I think you were writing it down too. It was the very first question he posed.
Right. So I think so when we adopt an urban revitalization area, you have to legally define what that is. So if that's the whole city, we'll write a description for the whole city and it'll be clear what that map is. If it's individual projects, we still have to define each one with a legal description, and we'll show you obviously on a map what area is covered by any project specific or development specific urban revite area.
Okay. I think those were all the questions that were posed by public comment. So, all right, council.
We're going to tackle each issue separately or as a package.
It's a good question.
Yeah, it's a really good question.
Sort of impacts, maybe you would want one piece and not the other.
Exactly.
I think we should try to do as a package if we can, see if that would work. It's a good question.
Yeah, if there's something we can all agree on.
Well, I guess there's one option is that in the staff report identified four talking points essentially: the ownership housing, the 5-year sliding scale, up to 400,000, and on an individual development project basis, and that applies citywide. Yeah, I think that
program.
yeah. It'd probably be simpler to do it item by item, I would think. Then that way you can kind of package it together. Otherwise, we're going to be doing motion after motion after motion if people don't agree. So let's take it that. Let's try it that way.
I have just a couple of
Go
follow-up
ahead.
questions. So Kurt raised an issue that I hadn't really thought about well enough, is that time frame for development. So we've got a chunk of land that is not platted, and so if we start the clock on this abatement program, then we're sort of artificially constraining, it seems to me, the number of properties that are going to be eligible, because there's not all these lots that are in queue ready to go. And so could you speak to Kurt's view of the difference between using a 2-year period versus 5-year, and how it would give opportunities for more subdivisions to be included in this plan?
I guess for me, I probably would think of like three stages of life for development. And this, I think, relates back to the question of the time frame. So one reason why we put 2.5 years in was to try to include some developments that are yet to be done. So what I would say in your first stage of life are the ones that are already platted. So we have some subdivisions that exist, Scenic Valley, Sunset Ridge, places where you have vacant lots today. Those are the ones that are going to immediately take advantage of this year still, right? Because the lot exists, they can just go pull the permit, that improvement will get abated. Then you might have a couple of projects that have been entitled, but they have yet to put all those lots on the market. So they have the ability to come in and plat those in a relatively short amount of time because it's really just a final plat. It might be the final addition to Scenic Valley. It might be the first edition for North Sunset Ridge, where they can come in immediately. And they're essentially going to be able to use up this year, next year, and the following year to get houses in. Now, the tricky part would be, I think, what Kurt is talking about, that third type of development, which has not yet been platted. No preliminary plat's been approved. So we have very few approved plats right now. We have the Bluffs at Dankbar. We have North Sunset Ridge. They both have preliminary plats. We do not have really any other developments. We have Ansley in their first edition, but they've also been approved for a preliminary plat. So those projects will be able to move kind of through that second lifestyle or life stage of a development. The third ones would be something like Auburn Trail. It would be something like Hayden's Preserve, where you have not yet approved that. Those types of projects, even those two are a little bit ahead of the game because they've been through partial development review, even though they didn't get all the way to the finish line. They're probably going to take entitlement this summer. And then what I understand from it takes roughly 12 to 18 months to go through entitlement and have maybe that first edition ready to have a lot. And that first edition is not going to be 100 lots. It's going to be 15, 25, 30 maybe. So those are the ones that are still possible to get into this 2.5 year window. If you have yet to secure land and annex it to the city and begin the rezoning and the development process, this program is probably not going to help you. You probably need to be in the city and have already contemplated development to be able to take advantage of the 2.5 year life that we're describing in the pilot project.
So that's an important point for us to grapple with. And I appreciate Kurt raising that. It really has a big impact on the number of units that are going to be able to take advantage of this. So we can mull that over. That's my only question. Thank you.
All right. Let's we're just going to follow the staff's targeted incentive package, and we'll just try that. So we got first one is ownership housing only. There was conversation about ownership and rental. There was also, they bracketed single family, townhome, condo, 2-family. I heard possibly up to a 4-plex. Let's just start with that and see if there's a motion that.
So it's not up
not
to
about-
a 4-plex.
Yeah, I was going to say it's not to do with
You can
that.
condominiumize any size of building.
Yeah.
Got it. Thank you. So it's ownership and rental or only rental? I mean, that's the question right here. Then we'll get to the length of the period second.
I'll just start just to see if we can get something. It seems like there's some consensus on ownership, at least some consensus. I would move that this be ownership only.
Second.
Okay, discussion? Those in favor of the motion say aye.
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 Any opposed or abstaining? All right. Now we have the constructed 2024, 2025, 2026, or later. Time period is what you're looking at. 2.5 years, 3.5 years. One comment was 5 years.
So can I ask a follow-on question to Tim's then? Given what you know is potentially in the queue and your comment about needing 100 or more in order to make this a worthwhile project, is that feasible with what is in that phase 1 or phase 2? Or is it unrealistic and we really can't get to a number that would make this worth the abatement?
Wish I knew that 2 hours ago so I could have given you a real definite answer.
Okay, sorry about that.
No, don't be sorry.
In fairness, could we come back? I mean, so this is just the first stage. If we wanted to table one piece of it and come back,
True.
we're just trying to figure out is the pressure on us to get everything finalized.
So I think it's a good question. What's the outcome of tonight? I think if there was very clear understanding what we were doing next, I was intending to move as quick as possible to set the public hearing and establish this. So as many projects starting as soon as possible would be eligible. I need to know what's going to be in the draft plan 30 days before the public hearing. I think right now we're looking at the first meeting in April as being the soonest this could be adopted. I guess you could make a slight amendment to the duration at the public hearing, but I think if we have really clear consensus on what we're doing, I can get back by April, the first meeting in April, to do this. If we're going to talk about more, it makes it a little less clear to me how I'm going to get a draft plan available to the public 30 days in advance. You can edit something at a public hearing. So like we could propose 2.5 years, and if you decide to change it to 3 or 4 or whatever at the public hearing, that's not forbidden. But I do need to have some understanding of what the draft plan has after tonight.
Okay, thank you.
But in terms of total development, if you think through who's entitled, you have Ansley, you have what I said, Scenic Valley, parts of Sunset Ridge or North Sunset Ridge, a little bit of build out in Quarry Estates, and a little bit of build out in Scenic Valley, and the Bluffs at Dangbar is going to be coming online this year. They have yet to do their first edition, so I don't even know how many lots are in that. So it's not a lot of lots that are going to be on the inventory, obviously, this year. The question is, will it spur more to get done next year and really be able to ramp up production in 2025, I think is the real question. If that doesn't happen, then no, we're not going to reach that goal.
Okay.
Do you think an extra year or two onto the program would get us closer to reaching our number goals?
I think that's the developers believe, is they need more time to bring the product online and to market it under that. I don't know that we can know for sure how it works. I think the developers obviously want more cushion to be able to facilitate that.
Can I make
Go ahead.
I was going to
Oh,
say.
wait. Go ahead, Gloria.
I was just going to say that it seems problematic if we aren't able to assess the success of this program because we have allotted too short a time to complete that assessment. And so I am wondering, given that development process time, whether we would be putting ourselves in a position where we create a program that we doomed to fail because we are assessing it too early and not giving it a fair chance.
Thank you. Go ahead, Brian.
I was just going to try a motion and suggest move that we run this pilot program through 2027.
Well, second.
It adds a year. I mean, I think a little bit longer duration is good to help with that development window. There are a lot of factors at play, though. So part of the success of this program is tempered by things like inflation and interest rates, too. So that's one way that it might be hard to judge the success of this, is if those other factors change volatilely as well, right? So in that way, we might not know how to judge the success of this program to no fault of our own through the time period.
And I think it's probably worth a little bit of clarification. The way I understand this is going to work, the way I was writing this is, so when we get to that end of 2027, if you've had a building permit issued, then you will be able to finish that product in 2028 and file for your abatement in 2029 still. So that's how I understand that we intend for this to work, is any improvement completed starting now and then through any building permit issued up until the last day of the allowance period. So that's how I think, I just want to make sure that's clear to everybody how I see that. So as long as you pull that permit by the end of 26, 27, whatever number that is, you'll be able to finish that into the next year.
And council has the ability to extend it anyway. Is that correct?
Yeah, absolutely. So council can at any time amend an adopted urban revite area, either
So
the
if it is-
boundaries or the
If
criteria.
it is all of a sudden generating, and we know that there's actually people talking about more developments that could also be revisited and extended by 2 more years or 3 more years. I mean, the point is that it's not like you're done and you have to start all over again, correct?
Correct.
Okay, all right. Any further comments on this? Those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Carried. Okay, is this going to be citywide, or is this going to be, you have new vacant lots only, or going to be specific areas? in the city of Ames.
I move that, I'm sorry, Kelly, I move that it be citywide.
Second.
Sorry.
Discussion? Those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
So I want to be clear that I'm obviously going to take your direction, but we do have to meet the findings. So if we can meet those findings, if staff believes we can meet those findings citywide, that's what you intend for us to do.
Yes.
Any opposed?
No,
Okay.
That was
So what happens if you find that we do not, or that does not meet, then you'll come back in 2 weeks and then let council know and it has to be amended then? Correct?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. We'll make a decision by the next council meeting whether that's feasible or not. And if it is, we will move forward to be done on as quick as possible with that hearings being scheduled.
All right. 5-year sliding scale, 3-year 100%. What's the preference? Or different, or something different?
I would move that we use the 5-year sliding scale.
Second.
Discussion? Those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
aye.
Any opposed? All right. And then the abatement amount.
Kelly, I want a follow-up question on this. So I apologize. I feel like I should remember this by now. The school's portion of our taxes is how much?
third.
In
30%?
What percentage?
School,
It
yeah.
varies between 44 to 46. Oh, it depends what school district, by the way.
yeah. So
Like
Gilbert's
the Ames School District,
right. So I can
about 45 to 46%, 44 to 45. In that parameter.
So
Ours is 33, this county's around 23 to 26.
where I'm going with this is that if we have a situation where we were able to abate all of the taxes and it was at 400,000, that would yield one result. But because the school portion is in that, then that really isn't a truly a 400,000 because we can't abate the school portion. Am I saying that right?
under the current tax law that I believe starts this year, the value of a home cannot be abated in relation to the school district taxes. That's probably the best way I can say that because this is a new concept. It's never been, tax abatement law has never contemplated that a certain levy can't be applied. It was always about value. So now it's about a levy that can't be applied to a value of the school districts only.
So can we just do a hypothetical? Because I'd like to wrap my brain around this.
Mhm.
So we have a new construction and they are eligible for the $400,000 abatement. How does the school levy fit with that abatement? So are we able to truly do a full 400,000 abatement, or is that on top of the school levy? I'm just confused how
so
this would work.
So when I asked our city assessor, how's this going to work? She's like, I got to figure it out because it's never been done before. So I think we both imagine, and I'm putting words in Sherry's mouth, you're essentially going to have to see on your tax assessment a value with a school district levy that tells you what taxes you're paying to the schools. And then you're going to see a value that is the city and the county and everybody else. And then the abated value will come off of only that column. So the full value will be on the school side of the ledger. The abated reduced amount will be on the city and the county side of the ledger where the tax levy is applied. Nothing that you see today will be how you can see it in the future because it's a totally different idea.
You're not abating the 400,000. It's the amount you're applying the two tax rates to.
You're abating $400,000 of improvement value.
I don't even think he gets it. It's not that's not the cash abatement you get, is what I'm saying.
No,
Right.
I apologize.
That's the $6,000.
Yeah, I apologize.
That's roughly $6,000.
Right. So I guess trying to succinctly do this, and it's still a bit confusing for me. So because of the school component, we're not able to have the same impact as we otherwise would. I mean, that's at a minimum, right?
Yeah. If you were comparing to last year,
Last year, yeah.
you would have been able to abate the school taxes. Going forward, you cannot. So as Steve said, I just checked the ratio. In Ames School District, they're about 45% of the levy. In Gilbert, it's about 50% of the total levy.
So I'd like to try to find some compromise on this. So I'll take a shot at moving the abatement applies to the first 500,000 of improvement value. And in large part, it's because of the way the school thing plays out.
Moved and seconded, discussion?
I was going to do that same thing, so.
Okay. Excellent.
Those in favor of the motion say aye.
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 Any opposed or abstaining? Motion carried. Kelly, I think that checks all the boxes unless I'm missing something. Is there,
May I have a question?
please.
Since we have voted to make this apply citywide, have we now opened the door to those tear downs that we were hoping to avoid?
No, Kelly said he was going to.
My intent and the way I had that written here was new vacant lot. So I'll have a measure in there that has to be a vacant lot that exists at the time of the urban revive area being created or something.
Gloria,
like that.
you might make a motion to that effect? Let's get it in the minutes.
Sorry, that was a little bit garbled. A motion
Okay,
that
we'll have, Brown, you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Sure. Move to direct staff to add a provision prohibiting tear down of an existing building and a rebuild.
Second.
Okay.
What if we want a building torn down and to be rebuilt?
Then you would not establish anything about existing lots.
Or you could say, as it says here, vacant lots only.
Well, for Amber, you wouldn't even. So the vacant lot is measured at a point in time, right? So
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Right. So it's either a vacant lot
Right.
in
Or it's created like
2024, or it can be at any point in time.
So
Because it's going to
Amber,
be new construction only. Additions, anything like that, that's not eligible. It has to be 100% new construction. We're required to specify that as being the requirement or additions. And right now we're saying new construction only.
so Amber, is your concern properties that are blighted?
Sure. Yeah. I mean, this is a poor example because we're a nonprofit organization, but I mean, Mainstream Living bought a property with a house on it the city had condemned and built a brand new, lovely house in a neighborhood. So
I think if rental is not in the system, which it's not right now, the tear down rebuild motivation is extremely low.
right.
I mean, you have to be willing to part with over $200,000 of value just
Sure.
to get to a vacant lot to build your new home.
Right.
So it might not be as big of an issue as we first thought when it was maybe more broadly available to people.
But I like a lot of this motion. My wife is from a part of Overland Park, Kansas, where, to Chuck's point, the supply is so low. They're going in and tearing out. People buy a couple of smaller houses and they'll build a much larger house there. And I don't think that's what we're wanting to incentivize. At least that's not me.
Yeah.
But I do hear Amber's concern. And so if there was a way we could tailor this where either was a vacant lot or a house that was determined to be blighted, then I think that fits within our council goals. Is that possible, Kelly?
I don't believe I can do individual lot decisions. I think the way this tool is set up, you're saying you're abating a particular type of improvement, not the conditions that existed prior to the improvement. That's just the way the tool is designed, because it's meant to be for a broader area. You're encouraging revitalization of a larger area, not just one person's property. So I think if we're doing it citywide, I mean, we haven't seen the tear down, rebuild, consolidate lot. We're not quite to that level of market of what you're describing. Does tax abatement put us over that bar and now encourage people to do that? I would still say that's probably going to be a pretty rare occurrence since we don't see it happening right now.
All right, there's a motion made and seconded. Any further comments?
So right now the motion is to apply to apply to vacant lots, right? Eligibility is you must be a vacant lot. And effectively, as of right now, to discourage tear down and rebuild. That is the current motion.
Got that, Carly? All right. Those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed?
Nay.
Motion carried. All right.
Just one closing comment on this. So I just want to keep an eye on sort of the big picture of things. So 2/3 of the counties in Iowa, the population is declining. So these are good problems to have. I would rather have a problem trying to figure out how do we accommodate the growth than how do we keep the lights on. So we're in a good place. We're in a great city, and trying to balance these different interests. This is sort of an exciting thing for us, and appreciate the work that you're doing, and appreciate the public input we had tonight.
Thank you. Is there
So
anything else you need, Kelly, from us? Or the
I
coun-
would actually like to make another motion.
Please.
So I like how Des Moines has a basic set of abatement and then a more advantaged abatement schedule that has higher criteria. And I think this is something that we could do in support of our climate action goals. So I would move that staff come back with a proposal on a separate abatement schedule with its own performance criteria for building in support of our climate action goals.
Second.
Okay. Any comments?
What's the timeline?
So I just want to confirm the way what I think we would do with that is I am moving forward with the first 6 motions to be adopted as quick as possible,
Yes.
and then to bring back relatively quickly, but not on that same time frame, a green building based schedule that we could then amend into the standards at a later date. Does that work for you?
Mhm.
Okay, because there is definitely some research we have to do to make sure that it's whatever we're asking for can be done and how it would get done.
And as a separate plan, not as one that is appended to the one we're talking about tonight, correct?
Yeah.
Yep.
You want a separate program?
Yeah.
Yep. All right. Those in favor of the motion say aye.
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 Any opposed? Carried.
Right. Just to clarify, you would have 2 choices, right? You
Right.
could
Yeah.
you could
Right.
choose to do green building or not. That's ultimately what we're getting at.
Mhm.
It will be in the same plan. It'll just be 2 choices. The owner gets to make the choice. Okay.
All right. Very good. Thank you, Kelly. Move on to item number 21. Susan?
Good evening. I am here, as I am every February, to run through the resident satisfaction survey and give you the opportunity to make some changes or modifications to the survey. Every year, the survey is distributed in spring, usually April or May, to 1,350 Ames utility bill customers. It also goes out to 1,000 ISU students. We get the results, the raw data back in the summer, and in early fall, I present you the results of the resident satisfaction survey, and that kind of kicks off the budget process. Sort of feels like we were just there, right? So I know you have a lot on your agenda tonight, and we can move through this fairly quickly. You should have received last year's survey, and every year you have the opportunity to make changes. You obviously don't have to make changes. I have included in the council action form a few items for discussion, just sort of a yes or no. We have 4 decisions for council that I have identified, and then if you have other comments that you want to make, we can go from there. So if, I don't know if the mayor wants to lead us through, or if you want me to do it.
Why don't you go ahead, Susan?
Okay, let's start with question 1. Fare-free side ride was added in 2023 as a special topic. Would you like to have that included or removed?
I'd like to keep it. I don't know if you want a motion.
I'm okay getting rid of it, honestly, but that's just me.
Why?
Isn't it something that the board will already be deciding, and therefore we don't need to have that question answered again?
Well, It's no, I mean, I think we're still looking at it. I was thinking, for one, because we did look at fare free, but also I'm not sure. Well, I guess I don't know that we're using the results of that question, or that we will. I'm not sure we're asking it in a way that's gonna get at the heart of what we're asking about. So, and also I think in general the survey is just so long that as brief as we can make it, I'm all right trimming out almost all of our extra questions that we've put in over time. Just because it is such a daunting packet of survey for people to get. So I had been in favor of this. I am in favor of fare free Saturday, don't get me wrong, but I'm not gleaning much from the answers to that question, I guess.
Is there a motion? One way or the other?
I'd move we remove that question.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All right. Those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Okay, motion carried. Go ahead, number 2.
Okay, question 2, sorting garbage and organized trash collection was added in 2023 as a special topic. Should those questions be removed?
This is really a heart of what we're trying to think through for our future. I think we should keep these to get public input. We get such little input anyway. This survey is actually taking on more weight than ever in the past. I think we should keep it. I move that we keep it.
Is there a second? Move second. All right.
Do we think that our progress on this issue will happen before we get the survey results, though? Steve is nodding.
Yeah. Yes.
So you expect this issue to come back before we would get the public feedback from the survey?
Yeah.
You don't get the feedback. We don't get till September or so, right?
Yeah, so then I
I
don't
hope
think
Brian
it
will
would
have a
be
report well
useful
before
to
then.
keep on the survey in that case.
Set people.
I don't either.
I mean, this is going to be an evolving issue, I think.
All right. There's been a motion made and seconded. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Nay.
Motion failed. All right, comes off.
For the last several years, questions regarding your health and sense of community that were not a part of the original survey have continued to be included. Do you want to include these questions in the 2024 survey?
I would move that we remove them.
Second.
I'd like to speak on this. This issue on the status of the health of our community is very important. Parks and Rec defines programming. We have policy decisions, and what's valuable about this is benchmarking, getting longitudinal data about the health of our community. I just think that this provides us information that's going to be increasingly important. And we have to think about this not just for our council, but for future councils, so that we have longitudinal data. So I think we're foregoing some really valuable insights into the needs of our community by taking that out.
I'd also like to say something about it. And honestly, I don't know about most of the health data. I do think mental health is an important question for us to be asking, again, simply because we have been so involved with that, and Iowa State is very concerned about that at this point. And I also think that now that we have a DEI coordinator, it might be helpful for us to ask Cassandra whether that sense of community question or set of questions is important to her in what she is trying to accomplish in her job. I know that the note says that these aren't used as benchmarking for departments, but it seems like she should be somebody we would be asking about the importance or unimportance of that sense of community question.
Yeah, I'm in favor of keeping both of these. I think sense of community is a good one for us to look at every year, just to get the feelings of the community and how connected residents are with those around them.
Just repeat the motion again. Thank you. Okay, everyone understand the motion? Did you hear that, Gloria?
Yes.
Thank you.
One more comment on this, if I could. I probably didn't belabor this. So we don't have a health department in the city. This is done by the county. And we actually have very little interaction with the health department from the county. So this is a really important data point for us as policymakers. Maybe that'll change someday. I would like it to. But for now, why wouldn't we want to know about the status of these things?
Okay. Those in favor of the motion say aye.
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 Bronwyn and Amber. Those opposed?
Nay.
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 Okay. Sorry, was that you were also?
I was-
Nay, thank you. All right. Motion failed 2-4. They'll stay in. All right.
Question number 4, is there interest in adding a question to measure basic support for the following projects that would require financing through a bond referendum? And then we've listed 5 projects.
I don't see the utility in asking about these because they are so varied and there just isn't enough information available for people to make informed decisions. So I would move that we not add any questions about them.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Okay. Any comments? Those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? All right. Is there any other questions people would like to add? Council? I know you'd be disappointed if I didn't have a few, but go ahead. Go ahead, Gloria.
I don't have any that I'd like to add, but I do think that it would be worthwhile for Susan to consult with Cassandra to see if the questions that we are currently asking about that sense of community are helpful to her in her job, or if there should be something else being asked.
Absolutely. And in
So-
fact, Gloria, Cassandra just asked for a copy of the survey, so I'm sure she will provide some feedback. That's really, really good insight.
Okay.
Great, as long as we're getting that input, then I don't have anything else that I would want to see added.
Okay. All right. I just have a couple just to see what council thinks. One is we're going to have the Fitch Family Aquatic Center coming online here in a couple of years, and just wondering if there's an interest to get some idea on what would be acceptable fee ranges for families, what they could afford or not afford or be willing to pay in terms of a range, essentially. Just trying to think that we're going to, it'd be nice to be able to offer it at no cost. I don't think that's realistic. And so the point is that if families start saying, let's just say if everyone comes back and says, I don't want to pay anything, then we have an educational opportunity, in front of us. If they say you got this kind of a range, we know there's going to be some support for those who may not be able to afford some scholarships or some financial support, but just thought it might be helpful to get some ideas. I throw that out for consideration, but if you're not interested, I understand that too.
Wouldn't the fee structure be more dependent on the operational costs and a calculation of that rather than just a reflection of what people want the fee to be?
Well, and I guess I'm not sure. I don't know. I'm not sure wouldn't the fee structure be reflective of operational budgets rather than what people want to pay?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Then you have to decide what the expenditures are, the level of fees, and that tells you how much you want to subsidize through property tax. That's the
Right.
challenge before you when the numbers come out.
Well, and I'm not sure how we would ask it in a way that, is A, concise, and B, gives us valuable information. I'm not sure why there would be an expectation that it would be free, given that Furman Aquatic Center is not free and municipal pool was not. Facilities like that typically are not free. And I think it kind of opens up a window that we're
Getting their hopes up.
Yeah. Almost that we're providing unrealistic expectations about what is going to come out of those budget discussions.
That's a good point. Good observation. You don't want to set false expectations. All right. And the other one I had was just about, one of our council goals was how can we improve, communication with the community? And I know on, you have residential preferences for city communications, and there's like 9 different options. And then there's also an option, how would you prefer to learn about construction projects, programs, meetings in your area? Do we feel that that's adequate in terms of going out and trying to get an understanding how people are getting information? And I'll share with you, I've been engaged with some conversation with the ISU Daily editors, and they're having the same challenge in terms of reaching their constituents. And they're really, so it's just how do we find out what is the best way to be engaging? And maybe these 2 questions are more than adequate to tease that out. But maybe, and Susan, maybe you have some thoughts on that as well too. But I just think that we talked about it during goal setting, and it's a high priority. So I'm just trying to think how do we find out how people want to find out about stuff?
Yeah, I wondered about adding, and I don't know, I'm going to say up front, I don't know what this would cost, but what some universities and things are doing is they have an app, not the one that's just reporting the things that are wrong, but that constantly feeds them, oh, this weekend at City Auditorium. So if there could just be, app could be one of the other things added there to see if there's an interest.
That would be an easy thing to add on there, just with a citywide app for information and news, as opposed to Ames on the Go, which is a problem reporting. Okay.
So it'd be under the question, the residential preference for city. So like add number 10.
And under B, maybe how would you prefer? And then that could be number 9, and then move down other to 10. But
I would also maybe duplicate what we have for how would you prefer to learn about it and say, how do you learn about it, to get data of what people are actually using versus what they would prefer to use.
So would you do question C, or would you just reword that question?
Or is that kind of what A is right now? Is that intended to know what people currently use or not?
I think that those 2 questions could both use a little refresh
All right.
in how they, what they ask about and how they're worded. Until you just said that, it really asks about useful. It doesn't ask if you use.
It. Sure.
And I think that verbiage has been there for years, and I just never caught the distinction until I heard you say it. And it isn't asking, do you use them? It asks how useful they are. And that's a different question. So I think collecting how people are getting their information and then is one question, and then how they want to get it.
Yeah.
Those are 2 distinctive questions.
Yeah. Good.
Yeah.
I think someone made a comment during our goal setting was just even having flyers posted like in grocery stores for sake of discussion or whatever. That might be just added that as an option too. All right. Anything else for Susan? Very good.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. Anticipating we knew it was going to be a longer meeting. Let's take a 5-minute break, and then we'll get into item number 22, the 2024 Urban Revite Tax Abatement Request. So we'll reconvene at 8:05.
Now I'll look and see.
All right, we'll move on to, oops. We'll move on to item number 22, 2024 urban revitalization tax abatement request. Kelly?
Good evening. So this is a fairly routine item at the beginning of every year. Anybody that completed improvements in an established urban revitalization area must submit an application to the city. We then verify as staff that it's compliant with whatever criteria we have. We bring it forward to you. If you approve it, we then forward it to the city assessor, and then the abatement process begins with them. You had 2 applications this year. We're recommending approval of both as being in compliance with their specific urban revitalization areas that the projects were within. Are there any questions?
Oh, boy, wait till we see how many we have next year, right? No, I just.
Nope. Possibly many, many more.
Any questions? All right, open up public comment. Is there anyone that wants to address council on this item tonight? See none, we'll close public comment. Is there a motion?
Move with the approve the request for tax exemptions as outlined in attachment 1.
Second.
Thank you. And we'll just add the full alternative one to your official motion, finding that they meet the criteria of respective URAs and forward findings to city commission. All right, roll call.
Aye.
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 All right, thank you. Move on to item number 23, request to initiate comprehensive plan land use designation change and rezoning to residential for properties at the Iowa State University Research Park on University Boulevard. Kelly?
All right. So good evening. Tonight I have up on the display is the location map included with this staff report. As you indicated, the research park controls or owns both of these parcels here. They're both zoned industrial currently. And within our industrial zones, we don't allow for residential uses. The ISU Research Park doesn't believe, or they at least believe, that residential is a suitable use here. And they have chosen to pursue asking for a land use map change to residential. Uniquely with this, staff is saying that if we move forward with a land use change, it would be very appropriate to do a concurrent rezoning consideration at the same time as a planned unit development. This is a little bit different for us. In the past, we used to make everything sequential. One review of a land use, so conceptually, do we need this, and then get into specifics of development. As we've looked at the sites, I don't think the issue of whether housing is needed in the community is really the question. It's whether the sites can be designed in a way that's appropriate to the surroundings. So we're recommending that we move forward with a land use change concurrent with a PUD application. This requires the developer to do a little bit more work up front, but it's also more information available to everybody before we go too far down the road in terms of what this use is. And the applicant has endorsed that option and would prefer to do that option. It also helps speed up the end of the process, assuming that we get through the beginning and then we all agree on the residential components of these 2 properties. So they would leave the industrial categorization and go into residential. The actual density is probably a little bit unknown right now. We discussed a medium density designation, but really it's through the PUD process. It's going to be more about what building types are there than what is truly the total density on the property. The applicant's looking at more of a townhouse or maybe smaller apartment development or a mix of building types there. We're not talking about large scale apartment buildings, but that's why the PUD process is important. It'll help you understand all those building relationships to the open space that's here, as well as to the other buildings and uses in the area.
Kelly, would you go into a little more detail on what the implications are of a planned urban development PUD?
Yeah, so the PUD will require the developer to show a development concept in pretty high detail for the city council to approve it. It does offer them some development flexibility at the same time. So it allows for, if you were doing townhomes, it does allow for maybe some different building separations and setbacks, but it does also include some expectations for open space and some other features that relate to the overall development. So it's a little bit more commitment on the developer's part in terms of detail. And there's a little bit more flexibility on our side to grant some variations if needed to the development.
So would a PUD both be a plan and exterior elevations to give an idea of the character or
Yes.
type of?
Yep. So you need to have both footprints, floor plans, site plan, and exterior elevations.
And then would you also review, can anything be built right now on either lot 3,300 or 3,200?
Yeah, so they're both zoned for industrial development now, so they don't have an open space designation. They are zoned for development. 3,300 is included within the hub area, so it could be a commercial development or an industrial development. And then the 3,200 piece is industrial only right now.
So if the Beaches Park wanted to go ahead and build like buildings are doing right now for the John Deere building or other buildings, they could go ahead without even coming to city council and build something on 3,200 and also on 3,300 and just going through staff review. And is that correct?
Yep, so they're platted lots. The preliminary plat and the final plat has been approved. So they are buildable lots. They're subject to our zoning standards for industrial development. They're subject to our stormwater management requirements as the city. But with the status they're in, you are correct. It would be a staff level review to apply our current standards to those projects.
And off the top of your head, how tall of a building and what kind of a mass, or is there some kind of just to kind of get an idea of what is being substituted in lieu of what they could do right now by the current zoning?
I think probably the most fair way to look at that would be you can see that you're typically seeing large 2-story buildings is kind of the most intense thing you're seeing. Zoning would allow something much larger, but you're not seeing multi-story office buildings being built out here. You're typically seeing 2, maybe 3-story office buildings. Different industrial service or R&D facilities. So you talk about like the John Deere facility. That's not an office building. That's more of a research R&D environment. You've seen some labs be built as well. In the RI zoning, we do have some minimal expectations about the relationship to the open space, which is the Tedesco Learning Center or learning corridor that's here, but it doesn't mandate any particular orientation or any kind of extra buffering or anything like that.
And how about for parking or other things on that site? If there's going to be like an industrial or an R&D type of a facility, is there, like on that plan you can see where Kiva up there, and then you got a parking lot. So I would say it wouldn't fit on 3,300, but
right. So 30. I mean, you can look at this building here, which is I think the Vermeer building. You can kind of juxtapose that footprint and that building. It's a 2-story building. You can kind of see what that footprint is. Roughly fits on 3,200. It'd be too large for 3,300. 3,300 is not that large of a parcel. So you'd probably see a smaller building there, but yeah, you're looking at that kind of a footprint as likely being able to be done there, subject to stormwater management requirements.
so there's not really much open space requirement either. Is that correct?
Yeah, in our industrial zones, I want to say we allow for at least 80% coverage. It might be 90% coverage.
And how about a PUD?
In a PUD, typically residential is around 60% coverage.
So there'd actually be more green space in a PUD than what they currently could do right now without any permission whatsoever.
That's probably true. Residential typically does not have as much coverage as an industrial site.
Yeah. I'm not trying to grill you, but I just think it's good to have that kind of background because with the change for people who are interested, maybe here also to talk, address it. I think it's just.
Yeah. I think when you look at 3,300, that's obviously a ready to go development site. It's been platted. It has obvious where the access is going to be. It's been a cleared site as part of the overall platting. 3,200, even though it's a platted lot, it's a wooded area. There's more work to be done by the developer there to understand what limitations might be there. It's not as straightforward for development. 3,300 is pretty straightforward, whether it's industrial or residential.
So 3,200. Got quite a bit of slope to the site, a lot of grading, lots of vegetation, trees. In summary, they could go in there, cut all those trees down, and they could, right, and build something in that area as an industrial. I'm saying they would.
I would have to probably say yes. That is not exactly how it goes, but theoretically yes.
Well, it's just because they have a beautiful park right next door to it, the Tedesco development. And it's just, I think that they have to understand what currently is already allowed. And then what the changes are, is there some kind of a middle ground if need be. That's all. All right.
I had a very similar question as John. So I love our research park. I think it is become a very important asset of the community. And I'm going to be very deferential if the leadership at the research park thinks that we need to go a different direction. I'm not inclined to second guess that analysis. But I want to think really long term. We have a lot more options to put housing. We have a lot fewer options to put research park buildings. And so I don't want to look back in 50 years and go, man, we sort of screwed that up because we really need that because the research park is full and man, we wish we would have had those lots. So what we're doing is fairly consequential. And I assume the research park leadership went through that. And I don't know if Rick is planning on speaking tonight, but it would be helpful, at least for this council member, to understand the thought process that went on. Because once we make this directional change, we're not going to go back. It's going to we're going to build houses there. My second concern also dovetails with John's. I have come to love the Tedesco Park. So it took a little while for some of the attributes of the park to sort of flesh out and develop. I think it's really an important asset. What concerns me a little bit, and John, your points really flesh this out, that we're actually gaining protection for the Tedesco Park by using the PUD designation. But even with that, I'm really hoping that we can create some significant buffering because there's really sort of a natural feel out there. And it's just going to be very different if you look over and then there's all this housing right there. It's just going to change it. Certainly better than I think if it was research buildings. But I'd like to hear thoughts maybe at some point, Kelly, on just what the options would be in terms of buffering. Those are the two things that I am interested in on this.
Any other questions or comments? Start with. We'll open up public comment too. So, go ahead, Gloria.
Kelly, I'm trying to understand the paragraph in staff comments that calls out 3,300 as having the most merit as a candidate for adding apartment or townhome housing. It makes it sound like 3,200 really isn't a very good lot for that. So why would we approve the rezoning?
Well, I think for staff, 3,300 is obviously a good candidate. I think 3,200 needs more vetting. I can't tell you today the outcome of the 3,200 evaluation is that residential is the best use of that land. It needs to be vetted.
Well, so that's what I don't get is does that vetting occur? I mean, right now we're being asked to rezone it.
No,
it seems like this would be the place where we'd be vetting whether it makes sense to rezone it or not for that purpose.
So we're not at that stage. This is an initiation request, and our steps are set up that no one can begin the rezoning process without the consent of council. And the rezoning process is the vetting process. So all of the information that we can know about this site, we don't have it yet. It will only come if council initiates this process tonight. So like, for example, a natural resource survey has not been done on 3,200. The developer knows they're going to have to do one, but they're only going to do it if they know they have a process that's going to possibly lead to what they're looking for as the outcome.
And just to be clear, that sort of survey would not need to be done if industrial were built on this 3,200 lot.
It would still be required through our stormwater ordinance, but staff is reviewing it for those compliance requirements of our black and white development standards versus the PUD is giving you discretion over additional different issues, different elements of orientation and buffering and relationships that staff doesn't typically exercise discretion on. So when we talk about empowering staff and asking staff to do things, we don't exercise very much discretion. We follow the black and white requirements of a code. We don't usually substitute expectations onto a project unless we're authorized through whatever standards we would put into that permit process. So the PUD gives a lot more discretion back to council than what staff would ever exercise.
Okay, and then have we had any input from Story County supervisors or the Story County Conservation regarding a perceived impact on the Tedesco Environmental Learning Corridor?
Good question. That segues into public comment. And yes, Dr. Pease is here on Story County Conservation. And then I did have a brief conversation with one of the supervisors. So I'll share that later on. But yeah.
Just to be clear, there's no notification in this step in the process. So there hasn't been any formal consultation or formal notification. Those are all expectations of the next step if it's initiated.
And I'm glad that we have people there who will no doubt be giving us some input on this. My main concern is that I think lately we've been hearing about some of the unintended consequences of the rental housing that has been put in the area with regard to property upkeep and the situation on some of our trails. And so I know that the neighbors down there are very concerned about that sort of impact, which we don't typically see with the industrial properties. So I just want to make sure that we keep that in mind. But I do like the idea of the PUD.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Yeah, I have one with the vetting that would happen with these two sites if we continue this process. Does it include analysis of traffic? And I'm asking specifically because of the bike facilities in this area. So we all have talked about how bad the shared use path along Airport Road is. And of course, that's not the city's, right? That's a university controlled path. But I'm wondering, it ties into this area quite a lot though. So if there are people living in this area who would be bicycling away from this area, that Airport Road path is going to be one of two ways they can go. The other being just down University to the south or to the north. But anyway, so I'm asking if we've considered, or if that would be part of any sort of traffic consideration. And then if not, if we might consider how we could encourage that path be looked at, either in conjunction with this project or at least getting word from Iowa State on a timeline for improving that path, because it is really quite bad. And it ties in, if we're going to add a whole bunch of density right there, housing, I want it to be connected and not just via car roads.
You're referring to the asphalt path that has the tree roots that basically has caused a lot of buckling and.
Yeah, it's the tree root path for sure. Yeah, I don't know what the material is, but yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
That's what I mean.
Yeah, it's asphalt. And it's really only a specific area. I think a lot of the bikes are going to go north on University or go east end of our new part of the trail. But I think it's if we're going to put residential, it has a great advantage of being in proximity to one of the best trail systems we have in the city.
Yeah.
Any other comments, questions?
But just to clarify, a traffic engineer would not, are you talking about the condition of the path, not as it's how it serves to convey? It's that kind of study. I think you're talking about the condition of the path, which is a different kind of study.
Kind of, yeah.
It's not a transportation study necessarily.
Well, at some point, condition becomes a capacity issue.
Well,
I would say our normal traffic studies do not get into the condition of the
I'm saying
road network or the sidewalk network. It's about whether there's capacity in the system to take that traffic.
But you don't need a study. We can go out and look at conditions of paths and say that's unacceptable on our system.
Yeah.
But that's not a traffic analysis necessarily.
So that's, I guess, what I'm interested in doing is that we would consider making the improvement of at least the path as it connects to our new path, right? So along Airport till at least to the new Vet Med Trail, right, that we've extended.
So that part's in good shape. It's the part further east that's in really bad shape.
Oh,
and I'd be very supportive if you want to make a motion to engage with Iowa State to see what it takes to fix that, that's long overdue. We should do that.
We should do it anyway.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Anita, anything?
Just a question about the PUD. We have heard from a few folks that are in that area, have residences there. Is that our best tool to make sure that if this goes through, that they have some way of protecting a buffer and ensuring that that area is one that's conducive for more residences?
I think it's the best choice. There's other choices, but it's the best choice because it requires the most detail up front. Our typical master plan process can identify buffers, but you don't have to talk about building footprints and design the way a PUD would expect you to.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Rachel, have any questions or comment? Amber? Okay. Last ones we had, an email from a owner talking about, just the maintenance and upkeep on the properties to the west. Really, that's not really germane, so to speak, to this consideration. Would that be correct, Kelly? Because really, I think there's multiple property owners back there. It's not just one. And the research park doesn't own.
I don't know how the maintenance of another property would have any relationship to the development of these two properties.
Legitimate concern, but it's not something that really enters the conversation. I mean, if it was owned by Research Park and we're not keeping it clean, it'd be one thing because this is, well, I take that back. I don't know how the ownership's going to be, but anyway. All right, we'll open up public input. I don't have any, see, I do have cards. We'll start with those. Actually, let's see. Rick, did you want to address count? Did you want to make comment? Why don't you go ahead, as the athlete, why don't you go ahead and start us off and then anybody else, and then we'll go down the list.
Council, good evening. My name is Rick Sanders, and I'm the president of the ISU Research Park at 1805 Collaboration Place, and just so appreciate you guys having this conversation. So I'll start with, I agree with Tim. The Iowa State University Research Park is a great and largely unknown resource of the city of Ames. I would be remiss. I think Steve really appreciates when I talk about the fact that the ISU Research Park is the largest single property taxpayer in Ames and Story County, and most people are not aware of that. In fact, many people assume that the ISU Research Park does not pay property taxes. The people that set this place up in 1987 were really, really wise, I believe, and saw that we needed to be a robust member of the community. So this particular project, we come to you because it's a blessing, right? It's a blessing that we are growing to the point that we need to explore expanding our allowed uses. One of the interesting things that we found is currently we have more than 50% of the 2,500 employees that work at the research park that reside outside of Ames, particularly as you skew younger in that, right? When you think of the young people who work out of Workiva, to pick one, by and large, much more than 50% are driving into Story County every single day. And so we would like to help to offer some of those amenities. When you couple that with so if you look at you can see the Vermeer building on here, you can see the Pivot Bio building, which is under construction just above the Vermeer building. Our typical build in the research park would not fit on either of these lots. And so looking for a creative way to utilize this resource that we have has been important to us. The second thing I would say is when you look at that middle roundabout right there, 2 of the 3 vectors coming off that roundabout are housing. Workiva is the one that is not housing currently. Second thing I would say is I am in a really unique position in this, in that I have been on all sides of this issue. So prior to becoming the president of the ISU Research Park in 2019, I was on the Story County Board of Supervisors, and I was also on the Conservation Board. And in fact, and I don't know a way to say this without sounding grandiose, but it's just the fact, I am the one who conceived the idea of the park right here. In fact, my first call, I think Jim Pease had to have been one of my first calls after talking to my predecessor at the research park about how the county could be supportive of the research park's growth. At that time, the research park was talking about expanding to the south, talking about continuing to grow to benefit this community, and they needed support from the county. And as county supervisor, and Supervisor Burkham will appreciate this, I had to be really, really careful about how the county used its resources within one of our municipalities, right? And so as we were looking at the concept for all of the research park, I just asked what the blank space was running diagonally through the middle of this concept. And Steve Carter was then the president of the research park. He said, you know, we've got to handle water runoff issues. We've got to have green space, open space for the future development we're going to have. And so we think this is going to account for all of that. And I said, well, would it be possible to consider putting a park, a great amenity or potentially great amenity for our community, our county, right there in the park? And he said, well, it might be possible, right? And so I immediately, at that time, I was on the conservation board and might have even been chair of the conservation board. I don't know how all that flowed. Went back to the conservation board, and almost immediately, me and Mike Cox, the director of conservation for Story County, Jim Pease, and Ted Tedesco went to work with the research park to try to figure out how this would all lay together. Story County Conservation is a wonderful organization that so benefits all of us in the county, but they are not flush with cash. The fact is, the Story County Board of Supervisors control, much like the city council, control the budget of the county. And so in my role on the Board of Supervisors, I had to put on a different hat and try to find the funding to be able to build out a park like this. All the way through, as we talked to the research park, it was really clear that the research park was only interested in doing this if it could benefit the future growth and development of the research park. There was never a conversation that said, oh, we're going to put this county park here, and then we're going to worry about as trying to develop around it, right? It was intended to be this green space. And I remember Jim and I having the conversation of, wouldn't it be fantastic if we could find a way to show how commercial development or industrial development, as Kelly points out, can not only coexist, but benefit conservation practices? And wouldn't it be fantastic if we could demonstrate right up front that conservation practices are not exclusive to commercial and industrial development? And so that's what we tried to do. As far as these two properties, so the reality is for us, 3,300 is too small to do much with. The only building we currently have in the research park that would fit on 3,300 is Provisions. There is not enough traffic here on University to warrant something like that at this point. And so being able to really explore hand in hand with conservation and hand in hand with the city council, explore what the highest and best reasonable use of these two properties is what we're asking for today. We believe that staff came out with an outstanding recommendation with the PUD. I was not familiar with that before they recommended it. It looks to me like a process where we can comfortably go together and see what can be done on these two properties to really benefit what we're trying to do. Final point, many of our peers around the country, peers at the research park, are so envious of this gym that we have in the Tedesco Environmental Learning Corridor, and they're trying to figure out how to replicate it, and they can't. And the reason they can't is they can't get entities to work together and be creative in all this. This was, some of you were on the city council when we did this, some of you weren't. This was not an easy task for the city council to accept. There are not any county parks within municipalities, right? Parks and Rec was concerned about what this was all going to look like.
Rick, can I ask you to?
Yeah, absolutely. This is the final point. And thank you. And we found a way, all of us, to come together and work together to create a gym. Where we are behind as a research park is many of our peers have gone to the true live, work, play kind of model. I heard somebody talk about, as we were talking about the tax abatement, that when you're dealing with businesses, one of their first conversations is, where will our people live? In the last 5 years, we have brought over 60 new businesses to the research park. That is the very first question of most of them. Where are my people going to live? How can we make this work? This potentially helps us answer that question. Thank you.
Thank you, Rick.
Could I ask a question to Rick?
Sure.
So the live, work, play model I really like, and I think that's something a lot of young professionals are looking for. I do see the work and the live in this area, though, and what I don't see is the amenities, more restaurants, bars, entertainment beyond provisions in the area to really support that level of housing. So is that something that you've considered for future growth?
Next topic on our agenda is exactly that.
Okay. So you want to build housing first?
Well, next topic on the agenda here tonight is talking exactly about that. We do need more amenities, right? Both within the research park and within close proximity of the research park. It's a chicken and egg conversation, right?
Gotcha. Thanks.
All right. All right. Dr. Pease, I invite you to come up and share your thoughts. Appreciate it.
Well, thank you for.
Just for everyone else.
Yes, Jim Pease, 3840 Stagecoach Road, and I come before you tonight as chair of the Story County Conservation Board.
Thank you.
Just to give you a little bit of history, for those of you who weren't on council at the time, in 2014, Story County was approached by the ISERP, the Iowa State University Research Park, and their administration to manage this wild area between two roads. It included approximately 37 acres of mostly wooded, neglected land, and between University and Riverside Drive. A stream drops 37 feet between those two roads, 37 feet in that short distance, and was deeply eroded with vertical banks that often exceeded 8 to 10 feet. In some sections. After making certain that Ames Park and Rec, as Rick mentioned, was not interested, this is Story County's only park within a city boundary, and selling the research park on our idea of an educational purpose for the new park, we embarked on a 3-year collaborative effort, as Rick said, to build the Tedesco Environmental Learning Corridor, or TELC. This was a $4+ million project for the county, funded by Story County and based on the core ideas of conservation, cooperation, collaboration, and communication. We removed the invasive species and most of the scrub woodlands and replanted the landscape with native tallgrass prairie. We reconstructed the stream from end to end and installed innovative stream structures. We created learning stations and interpretive signage for students of all ages to engage them in understanding streams, ponds, wetlands, prairies, savannas, and the flora and fauna that inhabit them. We created both soft surface and hard surface trails throughout the park, as well as areas for people to rest and recuperate, to recharge their own and their computers' batteries. Those trails, according to our trail counters, are among the most heavily used of all of our county trails. We feel good about the success of our collaborative efforts to combine the natural resource restoration and recreation with the innovation that the research park provides. Story County Conservation Board, of course, has no controlling interest in what the research park does with their lots. That's up to the research park and the city of Ames to determine. We do, however, feel that we have a compelling interest, having spent $4 million developing the park, to ensure the integrity of TELC and its long-term future for all the citizens of Ames and the county. We would be irresponsible, I think, if we didn't make some comments about it. We do not have objections per se to residential use of the ISER property lots. Buildings and parking lots come with either residential or commercial development. They're both impermeable surfaces, if you will. We do have some trepidation about stormwater runoff to the park, but we trust that ISERP and the City of Ames will appropriately manage the stormwater to avoid detrimental impacts to the park. That's critical. Residential use will likely bring a higher level of park use. Our mission, County Conservation Board, is in part to connect people with nature. We want people to use our parks and certainly our trails, but we recognize also that increased use is going to likely require more maintenance and security concerns in order to protect both the users and the overall investment in the park. We hope to seek collaborative ways to protect the park user experience and the goals of our partners through thoughtful development. We hope that building height, already been mentioned a couple of times, and density on the landscape don't take away from that park user experience. As an agency, we have a really strong natural resource education goals. And we hope that as the research park grows and changes, we can continue to collaborate, cooperate, communicate to meet the conservation challenges that are certain to come as it grows.
Thank you, Dr. Pease.
Questions?
Appreciate it. Supervisor Merkin, would you like to follow?
Thank you. Good evening, Council. I'm Linda Merkin, Story County Supervisor, 906th Street, Nevada. I also happen to serve currently as the ex officio member for the supervisors on the Conservation Board. So I want to thank Rick Sanders and Jim Pease for the very good background they gave on how the TELC came about. And, it is really, truly unique. Both the TELC and the Research Park are unique. I also want to thank the council for all the work you did tonight in talking about the tax abatements for residential to help spur housing growth. That is really important. The Story County supervisors share your desires to get that done. We, like you, have done a housing study, and we are working on how do we get more housing of all kinds in Story County. So thank you for you spent a lot of time on that. That was very good work you did. Appreciate that, and good luck with it all. And we'll learn from you. Now, regarding the process that goes on now, 3,300 is a lot that's on the edge of the TELC. I think it will have less impact in terms of being residential development as there would be on 3,200. I also know 3,200 has some real elevation issues. So when Kelly's talking about the PUD, it seems like that has a lot of potential to address those and do this right. I think residential development can be really interesting on these sites, but I think what we all would like to see is, when it's done, people walking through this park, what we would want them to do is look over there and say, isn't that nice? That's someplace I would like to live. And they did that so well, it doesn't impinge upon the park. Not who let them do that. I think that's the important thing. I think the PUD process can do that. It can look at things like, are developments going to be right on the edge of the park there, or are they going to be set back? What's the greenery look like? Does it look like it blends in with the park, or does it look like something totally different, like whatever suburban lawn that's about a 1/4 inch high? No, I don't think that would look very weird. What are the building materials going to look like? How tall are the buildings? What is the separation? You can nestle buildings in to a landscape, and they don't look as tall as if you just plop them on top of something. There's various things that could be done. And I think that's what we all would want to see, is we would want to see something that looks like it was planned to be around this park from the beginning, not an afterthought. I think the PUD process allows that to happen. I would ask two things in terms of that, and I don't know exactly how you would do it. I'm not that familiar with the process. I think most of the park users or preponderance of the park users are people who live in the neighborhood. It would be really good to have some kind of input from the neighborhood and to maybe have that after there are some designs that they can respond to rather than just, because I think it's always easier to respond to a design than to think this horrible thing is going to happen and be against it. The second thing is the Conservation Board has put a whole lot of work into this, and the county's put a lot of money into it. And we're continuing to put money into it from the county because we maintain that park from the county budget. So I would ask that there be some coordination, some communication with the Conservation Board and the Board of Supervisors, and to listen to our input on this project. And that's all I really need to say. And again, thank you. And if you have any questions, I'd be glad to answer them.
Thank you. Any questions? And just think on behalf of the city of Ames and our council, thank you for the investment. It is a jewel and we really appreciate it. And I know that my wife and I thoroughly enjoy going through it as well too, but it's,
Well,
I appreciate that you're maintaining it. And
say one thing. There are a lot of county employees, and we put the money into that, but there are also a lot of volunteers who put time and effort into that park. And they're people to listen to also because they're doing it out of love for the place.
thank you.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Laura. I don't mispronounce your name, Lawrence. And then after that, I have no more cards, so then we'll invite anyone else to come up after that.
Good evening. I'm Laura Lawrence. If you look at the spelling, it looks like Lawrence. And I live at 3319 University, so directly across the street from 3300. I'm really glad to see that we've got a lot of people talking about the park and that we have things blend in. Some of my concerns about this, we have the Village Park apartments that came in behind us that was supposed to be housing for all these professionals. Basically, if you look at what the current proposal is, 3,300 is only a small 2-acre lot. And they're talking about 24 to 30 rental units on that. You're going to have 3 stories, basically. You're talking about 2 12-plex at minimum. If we do something like we've got north of Cottonwood, it's not going to blend in. We need to make sure we've got those factors in there so we don't destroy the view. I think everyone's tired of seeing big box apartments along every major road. The other thing I think we need to also consider, that was mentioned before, is the traffic. University is building up. We're getting a lot more traffic. Our mailbox is actually on the opposite side of the street by 3,300. It's very difficult to get across that road some days. This is just going to increase it. We were talking about the bike path. There is no path from on that side with 3,300, say down to McFarland. So if somebody's living there, they're going to have to come across the street, walk down on the west side, and then try to cross back through McFarland's parking lot. So we've got a lot of issues there with the pedestrians. And we need to make sure that we've got the buffers that we didn't get back on Cottonwood. Another piece of this too is we need to have some place for visitors to park. Other residential areas, people can park on the street. Well, obviously we don't want them parking on University Boulevard. So we definitely have to have all our buffers and mitigations. The other concern I have is about this being all rentals. We've got a lot of rentals in the area as it is. And I have a little different take on some of this. I'm the mother of 2 professionals, young professionals. Both of them live in townhouses. At the age of 25, they said, I want out of rentals. I think what you're going to see is if you've got 50% of your people commuting, they're not going to say, I'm giving up my house in Huxley or my townhouse in Ankeny to move into a rental. And if we're worried about emissions, we've got more emissions because people are commuting. What we don't have down here is owner occupied that's affordable. And I have a different take on this because of what my kids live in. If you have a townhouse community where you have enough units that the HO fees are low, that's preferable. And in my dream world, I would put something over by the fitness center. If you're going to do some type of housing, have a nice, large townhouse community. And I look at it from a financial perspective. I don't like rentals. My oldest daughter bought down in Overland Park 5 years ago, bought a townhouse. So she's building equity. Her house payments don't increase. And we know that homeownership is the first step to generational wealth. Right now, my daughter is paying less, $500 less than what she paid for her tiny apartment when she bought. And I would think that's what we're striving for the people of Ames to have, if we want these people to live in the research park. I don't know if 3,300 is going to give you enough units to do that and still fit in with the aesthetics that you really desire. I don't know if the PUD is going to handle that personally. I just don't want to see another big box apartment with rentals stuck in on one of our main roads. There had been comments earlier about why we mentioned the other complex behind us. And for those that haven't seen the brochures that you've seen, there's a tremendous amount of trash back there. And I don't even want to tell you what I call the trail. It's profanity because of all the goat or the dog poo back there. It's disgusting, and I don't think we want to see that happen at Tedesco Park. Unfortunately, the sad truth is renters don't care as much as homeowners do. So I think we really need to consider, do we want this to be rental and what the effects are going to be?
Thank you.
So if you keep all that in mind, appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Anybody else?
My name is Dan Fox, and I live at 3411 University Boulevard. My house is just off to the west side on the other side of University there. I just want to share a few concerns. I appreciate the time for you guys listening. I know it's getting to be a long night. And I also know you guys read a lot of stuff. You have a lot of material to try to keep track of. But I just want to start and just reread a small little snippet of the staff report on this project. I think it comes from the bottom of page 1. And it reads, with the adoption of Ames Plan 240, that's our city vision. We all voted and approved that. The land use designation for this site became employment with the following goals: provide attractive and well-functioning settings for a range of industrial enterprises, building on Ames' natural and historic strength in research, minimize impact and external effect on neighborhoods, discourage industrial uses that are large resource uses for water and sewer services with system capacity impacts. So far, this proposal meets none of those bullets. And then there's a follow-up here. It says the employment land use designation development guidelines specifically state residential uses should not be permitted in these areas. This is our vision. Residential should not be permitted in these areas. So I look at this as kind of a zero-sum game. if the goal here is employment, and we've talked about bringing in 15,000 people, those 15,000 people need a place to work. And you take away this land and make it housing, you've lost an opportunity to have a future business in there, a future research business. I would encourage you to stick with the vision. The comment was made about let's have a long-term view here. It might seem great today, but I believe Mr. Garten made the comment, and I agree with it. 30, 40 years down the road, do we look back and say, what were we thinking? Why didn't we keep the original vision of the research park? The other point I'd like to make is off to the west here. I don't know if we could pull up a Google map, but we have a pretty big development of apartments back in there. And at the time when those apartments were built, I don't know, 7, 8 years ago, they were sold to the city council as the need for housing for young professionals to work in the research park. And I think a previous speaker today brought up the point of how do you define a young professional? Well, by my experience, what I see living in the apartments is the city must be defining young professional as Iowa State students, because that's predominantly who lives in those apartments. And we build them here, and that's basically what you're building. You're building dormitories. And the third and final point I'd like to make is, Ms. Lawrence already talked about it, is the trash problem. The point was made here earlier about don't know what the trash back there has to do with this. Well, I'll tell you. I have 900 feet of frontage along those apartments, and I go out twice a year, once in the spring. It's coming about time for me to do that now, and once in the fall, and I pick up trash. There's an old railroad berm there. There's a retention pond there that separates me from the apartments, and I walk that berm. And in a year, I pick up 8 to 10 fully stuffed garbage bags of trash. And most of it's going to be your plastic bags, your Walmart bags, your Hy-Vee bags. They get away from people. There's a lot of cardboard. There's your plastic cups, styrofoam cups. And the reason that's important, the wind blows from west to east. And right off to the east is this beautiful Tedesco Park. My wife and I walk it 3-4 times a week. And I'm afraid you guys are going to see what we see. We see a retention pond just full of garbage. It's almost funny. About 5-6 years ago, I didn't get out there, and I cleaned the north end of that pond. There's a drain there. All the water works that way, so all the trash in the pond works that way. And my wife hates to walk by it because she can't stand the trash, so I clean it. I stand out there with a garden rake and I pull trash out of there. One year I didn't do that. We had a 5-inch rain, and the beehive drain got plugged up with trash. It couldn't let water in, and the pond overflowed cottonwood. Contractors came out that shortly thereafter, and they cut a big old square hole in the vertical standpipe so water could get in there, and there's nothing to, now the trash can go through too. The trash is going downstream. So I would encourage you guys, I just don't want to see that beautiful park get overrun with trash. So I'm going to encourage you to please vote no, deny this request. Just stop it right here. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? All right, we'll close public input. All right, council. Closing comments. Follow-up questions for staff?
I have a question, although I don't know which staff it's for. We've heard about the trash issues at the neighboring apartment complex. What is there to be done about that? I mean, I assume that our rental code maintenance requirements would not technically allow that, right? And so if someone does, I mean, because it is an issue, and the property owners of the apartment building should be doing more so how can either citizens or how can we apply pressure to the current apartment owners that are problematic, right?
Well, I think we just have to contact the property owner. Now, is the trash, if the trash is on the property itself, right? Now, this is trash that may be off the property.
Well,
So we have to make sure that's where it's coming from or observe it. I don't know if it's not contained in trash containers or what's happening. People are just throwing it as they walk out. Maybe it's obvious when we go out there and see if it's coming from trash containers that aren't.
Yeah, I don't know. Or the animal waste issue, those are issues where I feel like someone should be able to apply pressure to the owner of the complex, right?
Well, animal waste would not be the responsibility of the property owner. That would be the person who's walking their dog or cat. So what you're saying, asking?
Well, I guess it doesn't become the issue of the landlord if it's left on their property?
On their property. I'm not, I thought it was on the bike path and spreads out in the.
Oh, well, but it's probably also on their property though.
Yeah.
So that's my question is how can either we or the citizens apply pressure?
We can find out who the manager is if I know which apartment. Is it a particular building or complex, or they'll just give me the information. They could pass it on to Brian, could get the information from them right now. We can make sure we contact the property.
And I know it's a parallel issue, but the point is just that shouldn't be allowed to stand anyway, right? So I don't know. Anyway, thanks.
We'll certainly look at it. If anything we can do, we'll try to do it. That gentleman right there.
All right.
Oh, what's next?
No questions? All right. Is there a motion? There's 3 options in the council action form. And obviously, if you wanted to modify one of them, you certainly can.
Could you review the differences between option 1 and 2?
Kelly?
One is just a exercise of whether the land use of residential is suitable in general for the area and needed compared to the existing employment land use. So you don't get into site design. Option 2 is all of that plus the additional requirements of understanding how you would actually develop the site. What would the building configurations look like? What would be the relationship of the buildings to the abutting space?
And option 2 is the staff recommendation.
It's our recommendation and it's
And the
endorsed by
applicant.
the applicant.
Yeah.
And just from procedural perspective, we go forward with option 2. It's going to give us a chance to look at this further and maybe we decide there are things that we want to change. So we're not locked into a particular outcome with option 2. It just starts the process. Am I saying it correctly? Well,
Correct.
It's going to come back to council. It's
100%. So in option 2, what we envision is there will be, before there's a public hearing, even with the planning commission level, there will be some kind of neighborhood meeting to walk through the understanding of the design, the concepts, get some feedback, then go to the planning commission for a hearing. After the planning commission has weighed in and made a recommendation, it would work its way back to the city council to look at this information as a public hearing as well to look to approve it.
Okay.
Kelly, the last speaker quoted from the Ames 2040 plan.
Mhm.
You brought that in to the staff report. So council did adopt the Ames 2040 plan. How does this tie in with,
So right, what this memo is giving you is really just background information policy that exists today. So those 4 statements are exactly why it needs a land use amendment if you want to support this. We would not allow residential just to randomly be in our employment areas because of these policies.
so it's going back and changing the
So
Ames 2040 plan.
So to approve the land use change, the city council will need to make a decision that the new land use that's proposed, which is residential, is not only appropriate for this site, but also it's not displacing something else that you need or require as the city from a land use perspective. So that'll be the argument of what the research park will need to put forward in their application, is what is their justifications for changing from employment to residential.
So a lot of time was spent, we spent a lot of time on the 2040 plan. I think there's been some comments made by even council in terms of not wanting to look back and say 20 years from now, boy, was this, the right decision. And it just seemed like this is kind of looking at it from a very narrow perspective in terms of the 2040 plan considered a lot of different things. Can you help council gain some perspective on, it was an intentional inclusion in the plan with respect to the employment. So now it's a deviation from that, right? So is there any kind of alternative location for this, or?
I think what would make sense is that, yes, we're talking about developing these two properties, but it needs to be understood in the full context of the research park. So I think it's incumbent upon the research park to advance those arguments about how it is suitable here, how it does fit the longer term vision of the research park as a whole.
But I'm also talking about the city.
And then,
we look at a comprehensive plan of the entire community. And we've had people come and talk about the fact that the dearth of industrial, land. And so we've gone up on North Dayton to do some things. So I'm just saying, we don't have an infinite amount of land. And we hired a consultant to help us go through and lay out all those different areas. So it's just, is there some trade-off that needs to be looked at in terms of, was there other places to find something to replace this? Or is it more or less, that was more or less a generalization and it was meant to be flexible?
So I think it's a little hard to answer those today. That's what the process is going to be for. Okay. But I think it is for council to reserve judgment of whether it does make sense to change it. This is our plan. We know there's no other research park in the city. It's a little different than general industrial, right? We could create general industrial somewhere else.
Yeah, true. Very true.
The value here is the research park.
Right.
You can't recreate it. So that's a little bit unique in terms of this land changing to something else. Can't really be replaced. We could argue that in other parts of the city. But that's why you have the competing argument is we need housing.
Mm-hmm.
So what's the trade-off? Is it to give up on something here to allow for something else you need? That's why it's a policy decision of the council.
Yeah, it's just kind of overstepping as mayor, because I don't vote on this, but I'm just trying to think through in terms of holistically. I can understand the research park could present a case for it, but is that looking at an overall picture on what's best for Ames and where we're headed as a community and what we're trying to go? Because the comment was made, we're looking for additional jobs and workplaces as well too. And does it mean that we continue to grow the research park, buy more land to try and replace what's being given? I don't know. It's just I hate to trying to avoid using a microscope on something that needs to be something that's much more broader and
so that's the issue with option 2 is you need to blend both the macro and the micro. Okay. Option 1 is macro only. So I don't want to the public think that because we're going to see a lot of site design issues that it's a given that the macro issue is a slam dunk and that we're all on board with it being residential. It's two pieces and they have to be weighted they both have to be weighted and considered by the council.
So they come back with a justification, then staff would look at it from a holistic standpoint, from a citywide, and help us or help council understand that impact if that's the way they're going to head.
Yeah, I think that's what you should expect out of a land use change. Now it's not 100 acres of land; it's 2 smaller sites. But yeah, I think the same rationale needs to apply. I think if this was if you had 30 acres of vacant land across the street, would we be talking about housing on this site? I don't know that you would, but we don't. So that's why the research park is asking for these 2 pieces. And then the next item is obviously not directly related, but in the same vein of discussion about how does the mixed use option in the hub area work as well.
Geometrically, you can certainly see the point that Rick made that on 3,300, not going to get a very big building with time to throw in parking and everything else. I mean, it's really a very small, compact
To be
lot.
fair, 3,300 was put in the hub area specifically because it was thought of as most likely being a commercial site, not an R&D site. I mean, we had discussions. Is it a hotel site? Is it a long-term stay site? Is it something different that doesn't exist in the research park? That's why it was thrown into the hub area in the first
Got
place.
it.
Mayor, I'll go ahead and if you're open to it, I'll move option 2.
Well, second.
Okay.
And just I think there should be this kind of deliberation whenever we change zoning on something. One thing that hasn't come up in our discussion is that the city has actually made substantial investments into the research park. So we invested in streets and other infrastructure. So I tend to be a little more willing to change zoning. We can only plan so much in the future. And so if a property doesn't develop like we think it's going to, if a council thought it should be zone X 20 years ago, I'm not married to that. We need to be able to change that. I'm actually I have a little more higher standard here with the research park because this is different because of the city's investment. So the rest of the community invested in this. And so I actually think it should be a higher bar when we make changes in the zoning. For me, what I have found most persuasive was both how this is going to benefit the research park as a whole. I have a very high trust level in the leadership of the research park. I don't think this was done in a thoughtless manner. And so if they feel like this is an important component for the benefit of the research park as a whole, I place a lot of weight on that. But coupled with that is all this discussion we've had of the Tedesco Park. And so appreciate, Jim, your long-term investment to the community in all kinds of ways. Your hand is on all kinds of our natural amenities. And so your input is very valuable to us. And so I am excited about what we can continue to do to further this experiment between industrial use and natural landscape. And so I look forward, as Linda talked about, the importance of continuing to communicate and collaborate. I think all of that can happen. And Rick, your involvement on both sides of this is absolutely fascinating. And so I look forward to this, but I just think it's helpful to talk a little bit about zoning changes because we don't do this that often, and we should explain the why behind our decisions. So I'm very supportive of this.
All right. Those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carried. Next steps, Kelly?
Yeah, so the next steps is we'll work with the applicant to put together some information so that we can have a neighborhood meeting that can really understand kind of those building constraints and some of the ideas for development. The developer will have to look at that resource survey that I mentioned as well for 3,200. So we'll be working through a lot of development details, and there'll be more information at that neighborhood meeting before we even get to the public hearing process.
All right.
I don't know if we mentioned that in the staff report. I think the developer's hoping to get through these steps in late spring and early summer to get this resolved. This is not envisioned as a year-long discussion process.
All right. Let's move on to item number 24, request to initiate zoning text amendment to allow mixed-use residential development within the ISU Research Park. What's that? What's that?
Are we talking about anything or?
All right. So in a different part of the research park, we talked about the hub area and its relationship to those properties to the north. So here you see on an aerial those developed properties, which are really commercial establishments. You have the McFarland Clinic and the daycare. You have the core building, and then you have the Ames Fitness and tennis bubble. Where I put those two red stars are two vacant lots within what we called that hub area. The hub area was really described separately from the rest of the research park, because when we envisioned the research park, or when it was proposed to us, we bought into the vision that there's going to need to be services and amenities that fill in to support the long-term employment growth of the area. And with that, we created an idea that we wanted a little bit denser environment. The hub area has minimum 2-story building requirements. It has the idea that you can bring buildings closer to the street, and create more of a confined, a little bit more urban. I'm not going to call it totally urban because there's large green spaces everywhere here. But the idea was a little bit different environment, and it was commercially oriented. Industrial or office could be there, but it wasn't required to be there. Now, those two properties that are the stars, they're the only two hub area properties that exist in the plan that are all along Collaboration Way. The land you see to the east where I wrote vacant site, that is regular RI zoning. You can only do typical industrial and office and R&D uses there. You cannot do commercial uses. So the request of the research park is to consider allowing mixed use in addition to commercial uses. So their vision is to build the commercial use that would have been expected within those two lots anyways, but then add housing on an upper level. You saw, I think, one common in email to have a little option to address ADA requirements with a unit on the ground floor. That's not really material to the issue overall in terms of whether we want to have housing added to the area or not. We can work through that detail. But the idea is that we'll build a fair amount of commercial along with some housing to go with that. I think you've seen multiple mixed-use buildings in the city. I don't know that these would be 3 stories tall. I don't know that they would be 4 stories tall. I don't have development concepts for you. What the research park has said is that they would include the commercial and must be commercially developed on the ground floor. They have an interest in the commercial being there as well, so it won't just be standalone residential. So that's the distinction why we're talking about a text amendment tonight rather than a land use amendment, is that the commercial would be mandatory. It wouldn't be optional. The last item, commercial, is not part of the equation. It's just residential alone. That's why I needed a land use amendment. So I think the same conversation comes into play that we talked about those bullets for employment. Typically, residential is not expected or desired in employment areas. We noted in the staff report that the main reason for that is you don't want an unlivable environment for residential if you're next to noxious uses. That's always true. But there's also an inverse of that where you don't necessarily want to create an environment where an industrial user doesn't want to be by a residential user either, because they don't want the complaints. They don't want to deal with planning for hazmat conditions or other things that can come up when you're in a business environment. The research park uniquely controls this land. It's not just a speculative subdivision where anybody can buy a lot and build whatever they want on it. So the research park is comfortable that if there was a commitment to housing here, they believe they can selectively tenant those future users into the other sites around here. So they believe they can meet that interest if we were to allow for mixed use. So the main argument of allowing the mixed use here is it's not truly an employment area. It is a commercial area, even though it's zoned industrial. We will still get the commercial, but allow the residential. And so that's the request going forward. It's quite a bit different in how it's understood than what we just talked about on those other 2 sites. So if there's a text amendment, we will do this as a general change to the code. That'll go through a public hearing process, and then they would have to propose a development, a new building to be developed on the sites. So it'd be a 2-step process through this.
Kelly, could you talk about the vacant site to the east? Is that all one lot, or is that in smaller pieces?
I think currently it is set out as an outlot. It can be platted into smaller parcels.
And so if you had discussions with the research park about their vision for that space as well, it seems like we should think about this request in light of the overall area.
Yeah, just in the generic way that I discussed with them is, hey, if you build housing here, your immediate neighbor to the east may or may not be excited about having housing next to them. So they've held back platting that lot, trying to decide really to make it kind of a build to suit situation. So do they need a big lot for a big user? Do they need a small site for a small user? That's why it's shown as an outlot right now. They don't have a user that wants that property yet to define its property size.
So what I'm trying to tease out, are we making a decision really just on these 2 lots, or inadvertently, are we sort of casting the die for what's going to happen to the east?
You're literally only allowing mixed use on those 2 starred parcels. You cannot do it anywhere else.
No, I get it, but I'm saying if we do this, is there a risk that this is then going to just continue on east? Maybe that's not a bad thing, but
the risk is only if a future council wants to change the zoning. This will not allow it to happen.
These are the last 2 lots of the commercial hub. So you won't have the same request unless the council, our future council, determines that they would like to eliminate research and development land and expand the commercial area, the hub.
And
It's a separate decision for you.
Yeah,
That's not before you.
So no approval outside of council can allow for anything else to go east of here other than industrial. And there are potential other entanglements. We did use federal EDA money to do some of the infrastructure out here. There's just other grant monitoring requirements further east that don't apply to these two parcels. So I don't know that we could even do it if we wanted to, but
Okay.
this definitely does not allow it to happen.
Okay, that's helpful. That's all I wanted to ask on that. Thanks.
Did you say that in this area, there's a building minimum of 2 stories? And would that prior to this request to have mixed use, would that have somehow made commercial on 2 stories?
I guess I don't quite understand the question. I think the answer is yes.
It just
'Cause I'm
seems
not-
rare that you'd have office use, I
Yeah,
guess.
so all three of these buildings have some kind of use on a second level. And then there's also, it's a
And
minimum
then
height.
also a residential use.
So in
on
this
the-
case, no. Okay, so if you're asking would there be 2 stories of commercial? No.
Yeah, that's what.
There could be, but it wouldn't be required.
But before we approve, mixed use residential to be allowed here, it still required a 2-story building.
Yes.
It was just assumed that that second story would be office
Some
or
other commercial use, yes.
Gotcha. Okay, I got it.
Okay, other questions? Anything for you,
I have
Gloria?
an observation to make, Mayor.
Go ahead.
It seems like, given what Rick was saying earlier about the chicken and egg situation of building housing and building things to make the housing attractive to young professionals, which Rachel observed would require that there be things for people to do and places for them to eat. This is our opportunity to help create that kind of space. I still remember when National League of Cities was in Austin in 2014, and I had the opportunity to visit their Mueller development, which was a mixed-use development on their former airport site. And I was excited about that because it was mixed use and it required 100 zoning changes in order to accomplish their plan. And now that site has been developed and is still developing 25 years down the road. And there are over 8,500 people living in an area where they can live, work, and play. And there is research going on there. There's commercial properties. There's entertainment. There are hotels. And there are homes where people can also live and work. So I recall the discussions about Collaboration Place and the hub and thinking that this was our opportunity to create that kind of synergy that would allow people to live where they work, but also find recreation in that area. And I'm glad to see this request because I don't think the research park is going to move on to that next level without that kind of creative bump. And I think if you're going to build housing on those other 2 lots, you better start thinking about the way in which you can use mixed use in the hub area to provide more things for people who live there to do and places for them to shop.
Okay.
That's all I've got.
Thank you. All right, we'll open up public comment, and I would ask, just in the interest of time, if you could limit your comments to 3 minutes or less. So anyone want to address council on this topic tonight?
Back again, Rick Sanders, president of the ISU Research Park. So thank you for taking this on. Gloria, I so appreciate your comments. I think they're spot on. The research park has 2 opportunities to do something like this, but it is not financially tenable if you do not have the ability to build residential. So I think Gloria is 100% right. Having the residential helps to provide the people Post 6 p.m. Research Park's a fantastic place. If you go out there after 6 o'clock, there's people at Ames Racket and Fitness Center. There's a couple people at Provisions, and that's it. The rest of the Research Park is closed down, right? And so trying to figure out how to do all that. Second thing I would say is the last multi-tenant building that the Research Park began construction on was in 2002. It is so the Research Park is a true not-for-profit, right? We are not flush with cash. And so we've got to figure out how to cash flow everything that we do. And the reality is the risk involved with building a true multi-tenant commercial space is really, really difficult. You can mitigate some of that risk through having the residential component along with it. Second thing it does, straight to your point, is chicken egg. You've got to have the amenities, but you got to have the people who are willing to use the amenities, or else you're only going to get the amenities like a fitness center, 2-story, 1 tenant. McFarland Clinic, 2-story, 1 tenant. The core facility where my office is, 2-story, 1 tenant, all ISU, right? If we're going to build 2-story, and Bronwyn, I so appreciate you talking about how are you going to truly do that with a mixed-use commercial building? If you're going to do the 2-story on a true mixed use, you better have some way to mitigate your risk. Final thing, and I'm going to jump backwards here, but it's applicable for this property as well. I agree with what was stated here, that the Research Park, we need to be careful that we have the kind of spaces that John Deere and Vermeer and hopefully Sioux Cup and others want to come to and build on and utilize. To that end, the ISU Research Park just acquired 150 acres immediately south, currently outside the city limits. Kelly, fair to say, initial conversations with you guys on what the annexation process is, but trying to think ahead. So we've come to you today with 8 acres of pure residential, and now another 6 acres and 4 acres, so an additional 10 acres of this mixed-use concept, doing what we said we were going to do, but allowing a residential component on top of it. I'd take any questions. Thank you.
Anybody else?
I didn't know about this 150 acres. That's sort of a big piece of news. Doesn't happen very often. But it's an exit.
All right. We'll close public comment. Is there any closing comments? Otherwise, entertain a motion.
Move option 1.
Second.
All right, moved and seconded. Those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carried. Next step on this, Kelly?
They'll apply for the text amendment and it'll proceed to a planning commission for a public hearing and then back to the council for a public hearing on a text amendment.
All right, very good. Thanks, Kelly. Moving on to item number 25, resolution approving lease agreement with Carico Aquatic Resources, Allwine, Iowa. Keith. And in the interest of time, does anyone have questions for Keith or staff on this item? I know you're just chomping at the bit, Keith. You want us to go ahead and make a presentation, but.
No, I'm good. If there's no
All right.
questions.
All right. Open public input on this item. Is there anyone that wants to address council on item number 25? Seeing none, close public comment. Is there a motion to approve the Pulsar Precision Feeder Lease Agreement with Carico Aquatic Resources, Inc., Allwine, Iowa, in the amount of $23,312?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Roll call.
Aye.
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 Okay. Item 26, discussion direction of council on mini pitch courts at Lloyd Kurtz Park.
Yes, so staff is seeking direction from City Council on mini pitch at Lloyd Kurtz Park. So mini pitch is a small hard surfaced court that is enclosed by a rebound system intended for futsal, which is a small sided fast paced version of soccer.
I'll just highlight some of the things in the council action report. If you want me to elaborate any further on them, I'd be happy to, or answer any questions. So staff has received favorable feedback for this project. Staff held a public input meeting on February 5th, and comments were mostly in favor for the project. Some concerns that were addressed at that meeting were in relation to traffic and safety. Staff has had conversations with the city traffic engineer, and the traffic engineer did express that they'd be willing to provide council a staff report or staff memo if directed to address some of those concerns that were mentioned in the council action form. We also had at our latest Parks and Recreation Commission meeting, which was held on February 15th, we provided information about the project to commission members, as well as providing them a summary of the public input session. They were also in favor of moving forward with the project and approving the agreement with Stonebrook Church to continue our relationship with them in use of the parking lot at that site. The city has allocated funding of $150,000 for this project. There is a anticipated funding gap for the project based on council's direction of 1 or 2 courts. The gap for 1 court at $42,000 and for 2 courts $186,000. Options were presented to council in the council action form on how to close that gap for 1 or 2 courts. 3 options included project savings from Parks and Recreation projects that are resulted from either staff performing the work or costs coming back lower than anticipated. Working with Kick It Forward, which is a nonprofit organization that raises funds for mini pitch courts across Iowa, and utilization of the council contingency funds. So council would have the option to utilize 1, 2, or 3 of those options to help close that funding gap.
I have one question on that. So would we require to do some kind of bid, or could we work directly with Kick It Forward? How does that work with our normal bidding process?
So we've had conversations with purchasing and with city legal about that. So we could have an agreement with Kick It Forward to raise those funds and work directly with them to just raise the funds and then donate those funds to the city. We would have to go out to bid for the construction of the court. Those would be 2 separate operations: the fundraising component and the construction. But we would have to. We've had conversations with Kick It Forward. We would have to draft an agreement, and that would be something that we would bring back to council at a later date.
Okay, that's really helpful. Thanks.
So with those 3 options, those would be, like I said, options to close that funding gap. But overall, with the feedback that we've received from public input, the public also had the opportunity, if they couldn't attend that meeting, to email us or contact staff to provide their feedback. And with the feedback from the Parks and Recreation Commission, with that, we've come to the conclusion that with the amount of delays that would potentially be seen with Kick It Forward anticipated a 6 to 9 fundraising time period. Also, it's generally they would use their maximum funding efforts. They said it varies. Obviously, the climate from community for fundraising efforts is different, and usually their cap is around $125,000, or that's the maximum that they have raised. So with those timelines presented, with the essence of time to move the project forward, and with the ability with this type of amenity in a park to add future courts at a later date, either at the same location or at a different park location, and with the ability to also add amenities on those courts like pickleball, basketball, etc. This is the amenity. We would have the ability to do that at a later date if council desired. So with that, it is the recommendation for council to approve alternative 1. Like I said, I'd be happy to elaborate on anything further or answer any questions.
Which is for 1 court.
Which is for
1 court.
1 court.
And then
that court
reallocate the savings to help from other projects, help pay for it, right?
Correct. Yep. 1 court to be dedicated to futsal, and to utilize those project savings, and also to approve the agreement with Stonebrook Community Church.
I just have one quick question on the timeline. I mean, I know once the concrete is poured, a mini pitch only takes 2 or 3 days to install. So I'm just curious what the timeline is for bidding and pouring the concrete and extending electrical.
So next immediate steps would be, based on council direction, would be to get a design developed and a site survey. And then once we had that information, we would be able to put that out to bid for the installation of the concrete pad, walking path, or accessible path from the parking lot. And then obviously the above ground installation of the system itself.
So what's your guess and when it be completed?
Our goal would be fall of this year to have it implemented.
So we should acknowledge, this has been a project that Amber has been encouraging for a number of years, and it's really fun. I like it when, council gets a vision for something, and so I want to acknowledge Amber's hard work in proposing this. I have just 2 small technical questions. Will there be lights here on this facility?
There would be lights. One mini pitch has 1 pole with 2 fixtures. 2 courts has 2 poles with four fixtures. So there would be lights. That was comments that were brought up at the public input meetings about lights, mainly with the ability to ensure that drop-in users would have the ability to turn lights on and off. And they also mentioned that, to explore the option to have different hours potentially in the summertime versus in school hours. One nice thing about the mini pitch is the lights are with the minimum fixtures. They are focused on the court.
Right.
So it doesn't have as much concern as spillover as some other amenities might have.
And final question, is there an opportunity to put a water fountain out there? Does this plan include a water fountain?
Plans do not have a water fountain right now.
Okay, so we're going to invite all these people in, and we're not going to provide any water. So
There is a water fountain at the shelter. So there is one within the park. And that's generally what we do within the neighborhood parks.
how far, I apologize, I don't know the configuration. How far would this be?
Not very,
Several
not very
hundred-
far at all.
Several hundred feet.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, but sometimes we have parks and there's not enough water there. So I'm not making this up. So what about restroom?
Right now, we have a portable restroom that we have in the park. Looking at probably continuing that, but there's no plans for a permanent restroom. That'd be another 300,000 or so for the project.
Yeah. So I'm fine with the porta potties, and then we could just sort of evaluate over time. If it seemed like there would be a value in having another water fountain move closer, we could look at that later, but at least you've got something in the park.
Correct.
Okay, thanks. That's all I have.
Other questions? So, Amber, you have experience with these. Can you comment on the value of just having just one versus 2 in terms of use? I mean, I think there was some in their staff report, as well as some of the public comments, was the advantage of having 2 courts in terms of one being scheduled and reserved, and the other one being, you can just come and play. Is it a? I understand it's a lot of money.
I mean, the
On the
original.
flip side, in the overall scheme, though, is that are we shortchanging a potential here for doing something really bold from a programming standpoint by just having one?
The original concepts of mini pitches were to install them in underutilized parks or urban areas where there isn't access to free play space to grow the game of soccer at a grassroots level. So they were never intended to be places that were scheduled or programmed out. It was meant for kids or families or whoever in the neighborhood to just grab a ball and go and have a place to play, because a mini pitch comes complete with everything: goals, lights, bench. I mean, everything is there to facilitate a small-sided game. I think since we haven't done one of these before, in my opinion, it's better to do one to see how it works and see if there's an opportunity to either add another one at a later date or put them in other facilities across games.
I would be laid out so you could add a second one easily in terms of adequate power and the way the fencing and stuff is set up, or how does that work?
Yeah, it would be very easy to add a second court in the future.
Right next to the one, like it's shown right now on the,
Mhm.
Yep.
all right. Open up public input. Is anyone that wants to address council on item number 26? Seeing none, we'll close public input. Any closing comments? Otherwise, entertain a motion.
We should also just know the appreciation Stonebrook Community Church being willing to partner with us in this. This would be a very different project if we didn't have them to partner with. So appreciate their partnership in this project.
Yeah, they're very excited about this opportunity.
Yeah, it's great.
We'll do a roll call and everything. Is there a motion?
Move alternative one.
Second.
Okay. Roll call.
Aye.
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 Very good. We'll look forward to playing out next week. Oh, wait, you said it was take a little longer than that. Thanks, Courtney.
Thank you.
All right, move on to number 27, Fitch Family Indoor Aquatic Center.
Yeah, with this, a lot of information included. Is really broken up into two components. The first one is a change order for construction support services to Story Construction contract. These are items that happen in every project, especially large projects. In the GC or general contractor model, you generally don't see this because you're getting a lump sum. With this, with Story Construction, we knew that we were going to have these expenses. Just needed to do it at the right time, and now is the right time. So a change order adds $978,000 and some change to the original contract. So their contract would now be for a total of $2,371,000 approximately. So that's the first component. The second component.
Let's do that one first, and then we'll get to the other one then.
Yeah.
This is a very sizable change, or I think it would be helpful for maybe Story Construction just to explain what entails. This is not adding all kinds of labor or oopsies, we forgot about this or this. I mean, it is very natural, but maybe Troy, you could just explain, without going into excruciating painful detail at 9:41 in the evening. But just I think it just kind of gives people a sense that when they're seeing an almost $1 million change order, that's not just because you forgot things and you're adding to it. That's all.
No, so these are construction support services. They're reimbursable within our existing contract. So every construction project needs certain things to be executed properly. So some highlights of what this would include on this project are like stormwater pollution prevention controls, so temporary silt fence and monitoring, concrete washout dumpsters and trash dumpsters, final cleaning of the building once construction is complete, ongoing sanitary facilities during construction. Project like this, oftentimes once the building shell is up, we're probably not going to put in the aluminum and glass right away. So temporary enclosures until appropriate time to put permanent enclosures in. It'd be temporary heating during the winter of 2024 into 2025, and then temporary air conditioning during 2025 while finishes are ongoing inside the building. And then temporary access roads on the site. So having, once some demolition takes place so that there's just not bare dirt, we'd go in with temporary roads during the construction phase. So it's for things like that. It's a reimbursable cost. So if we hire a service to do something on the site through this, we simply get an invoice and pay that invoice, and then we turn around and present that to the city for reimbursement without markup.
So along John's point, help me understand, like normally with a change order, it's because we get into a project and we see that something's different and we couldn't have anticipated. But I think everything you said would have been known from the very beginning. So I'm struggling to understand how this is different. Shouldn't this have fallen in the original scope of work? I mean, the bidding was done and these things were all known. So I want to continue the mayor's point.
Yeah, so great question. So when we were brought onto the team, there was no design complete. So we don't know what we're building. So once design continues on, part of the normal construction manager's package is to provide things like this. So now that we know what the scope and duration of the project is and what's entailed, now we present what we think it will cost.
And did
So
we budget this?
So I can add to that. So we knew this when we were doing the original contract, with Story Construction. We knew that this was going to come at some point with it and we needed to know once, like Troy said, the final scope of the project and everything. So we knew that. We just weren't sure how to do it. Should we do a separate contract? Should we do it as part of this contract? We eventually settled on do it as part of this contract. So that's why we're doing it as a change order. This dollar amount is included when we came on the last week when we gave you that updated cost estimate for construction of $18,901,000 and some change. That includes this $978,000. So that construction total already includes this number. It's just we have to find a way to pay them and to keep track of it. That's why purchasing, through conversation, we had some conversation with legal as well, felt this was the best way to do this.
Was there something similar at the high school that is it pertaining to the fact that it's a construction manager?
This is really common procedure because part of the issue is that no contractors included any dumpsters on the job site. So you're not paying for not having the drywall guy, the concrete guy. They're just providing one and it's all common use. So that's part of the reason, and that's why I asked is that someone's got to handle it, orchestrate it, put up the fencing. So so Tim, to your point, you guys did the high school and it's exactly the same process.
Yeah. So we have a construction manager on Ames High as well. And yes, this is the same exact procedure used there.
Okay, thanks. Some of this is just a learning curve.
Yep.
Because we haven't had something quite like this. So thank you for entertaining those questions.
Well,
all great questions, for sure.
Yeah, and this is the first time we've used a construction manager. And like I mentioned in the council action form, that in this process there are some things that are much more transparent. That they're out there. We're bringing these to you. Whereas again, with a general contractor, we wouldn't see any of that. You just see that lump sum of 20 million or 22 million or 19 million, and all this stuff is buried in that bid. So a lot more transparency in this model.
Okay, thank you.
Well, the other thing too is in your staff report and in the letter, this is not a guarantee not to exceed max. This is basically an estimate of what it's going to cost. If it comes in less, you only get invoiced what the actual out-of-pocket cost is. The big one is utilities. Was it going to heat and cool that building? If we have a terrible winter, it could really go up. And so the point is, in a general contract approach, they're guessing, they're estimating essentially, hoping they're right. And if they get it and then it goes bad, which happens, they eat a lot of money. And if it goes good, they get a lot of money, and no one ever sees that cushion back. This way, to your point, Keith, is that it's transparent, it's the cost, it's whatever it is, incurred. So, but given the size of it, I think it warranted just bringing it to the council's attention and understanding what's going on. So,
and staff will keep an eye on Story. We'll hold them accountable.
I think you can count on that.
So that's the first item.
Well,
so the second item.
Let's go ahead and we'll take it. Let's do a motion on this one and close this one out, and then we can go ahead and work on the other ones, Keith.
Since I tortured you, Troy, I'll make the motion to approve the change order.
Yeah. So and council, the other thing too is that you probably saw we got an email from a constituent asking about it. I think it'd be appropriate in this motion, and I'll read it out loud, to tie it into the specific article in the contract that would tie it in to justify it. So it's not just like basically out there as a change order. So is there a motion on resolution approving change order number 1 pursuant to, I'll go slow, Carly. Article 11.6.1.1 of the agreement between the owner and Story Construction for construction management services
So moved.
in a not to exceed amount. It's like
Keep pausing. I keep wanting to make the motion.
this is like taking vows, Tim. Exceed an amount of $978,886. All right, Tim.
So moved.
Thank you. All right, roll call.
Aye.
Aye.
Is this 26?
Oh, yeah.
She,
Sorry, Gloria did text. She needed to drop off. So I think that, so at 9:45, she exited the meeting.
Aye.
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 Thank you. All right, Keith.
All right, now move on.
Yeah.
Okay, so the second part of the council action forum was additional items. Council directed staff to look at some options. So we do have several here. Solar panels on the natatorium roof. I'm not going to go through all the details there. The one thing is we are putting the higher amount because we just don't know. So 420,000. If we do get the 30% tax incentive, that brings it down by another 126,000. But we still have to pay for it, and then we'd get reimbursed for that. It does help operationally, so we think that's a good thing with this one. Should say that what we would do is we wouldn't include it as part of necessarily, it'd be part of the project, but it wouldn't be part of RDG and Story Construction. What we would do is we'd go out with, work with electric, with some of the other solar projects that they have using a consultant. We'd get it designed, and then maybe we could bid multiple projects, and we could even save on some economies of scale if we do multiple solar projects at another time. So with that one, the tile lap pool lane lines with that one, $65,000 instead of painting the lines every so often. We just put black tile lines in. We did get some information from Water's Edge in regards to painting, water cost, because we'd have to drain the pool. They suggest every 3 to 5 years to do that. We used every 4 years. And if we do that with a 3% inflation escalation, over a 50-year life cycle, we would spend about $95,000. This is $65,000 to do the tile line. So it seems to make sense, and it would be good from reducing some of the maintenance, which was one of council's goals. The bench seating with the storage cubbies, it's something that we hadn't done. So we're looking at doing that as well. Just again, increase the service level. Donor wall, we obviously want to do something. We have talked about it. We didn't put an allowance there, so we're saying 50,000. And then with the FF&E budget, we have 500,000, which is about 2.6% of the total construction cost right now. We're not sure if that's going to be enough. It might be, but we're just saying, hey, we might want to throw another 100,000 at it. We're not going to spend it just because it's there. We're going to spend it if we need it to get the FF&E. We'll say that these costs that are here, they are estimates. Story Construction took the information, gave us an estimate. What we do if council says, yes, move forward with these, what we would need to do, put together a scope of services, get some drawings. We would then give them to the contractor. They would give us a price to do the work, and then we would bring those change orders back at another time is how that works. So you can see 650,000 as far as the funding. We have $2.1 million in contingency right now, which is 11.1%. Generally, with story construction and RDG, say when going into this phase, usually owners carry a contingency of about 5%. So even if we set aside 650,000 of that, we would still have, just under 1.5 million or almost 8%, left. The other option would be to issue more geo bonds, but considering all the factors, we really think using contingency, we do right now. We are anticipated to do a small amount of geo bonds in September of 25 to finish off the project. If for some reason something happens, we need more, we can always come back to council and council could approve that at that time. So with all of this said, by using contingency, keeping the geo bonds low, better for the taxpayers, and I think that's what everybody wants to try to do. So right now, alternative number one, you already did A, so we're looking at B, which is approve these additional items, and then C, direct staff to use contingency funds for the additional items.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
You're not approving, you're
Right.
going to explore. Yeah.
wouldn't it be just a motion to
You're gonna have to
proceed
come-
with
Well,
issuing
So yeah, directing staff to proceed, get more information, and then
hard numbers, and then come back, and then we
Right.
do a resolution, and then where you're gonna get it funded?
Yep.
Okay. Any questions? What's that?
No, I want to make sure Carly understood. We threw a curve.
Yeah, so we're changing, we're gonna not do as an agenda B and C. We'll just have a motion, just giving staff direction to proceed with getting numbers, yeah. Questions? Keith, I know I mentioned this to you in council. Sorry, I'm just can't help myself. But anyway, we have, as an economic measure, metal stud walls and drywall in the locker rooms and some of the corridor areas. And would it be appropriate, what does staff think about going to concrete block that we painted up to ceiling height, and then above there, go to metal stud and drywall, just for something which is more durable? I understand it's going to add more money, but I don't know if that's something that you have concerns about in terms of hosing down or cleaning up or abuse. And does that make sense or not?
Yeah, and we have had some conversation, about that. So a couple of things that we looked at. Story construction did, just say it could be more than $100,000, could be less than 200,000, somewhere in that range, to do that. It does affect a lot of the bid packages, masonry, electric, heating, the plumbing. There's a lot of the drywalling and so on with that. When we looked at the plans, a number of the walls are already protected by lockers. So a lot of them are already covered with that. In the shower areas, we have tile, in the walls. And at the base, there is a 4-inch integral base with that's there, and that provides a little bit if we are hosing down the locker rooms, the floors, and so on. Does give a little bit of protection. One thing that we talked about maybe might be a more economical way to go to protect the walls that are exposed would maybe to do maybe a tile, 4 foot up the wall. We did talk to RDG about what have they done in other aquatic centers, and they said they have done both. And we asked the question, well, in the ones that you have done the steel studs and the drywall, have those owners ever come back and done something different, or say, hey, it's not good? They have not experienced that. They have not had anybody come back and say, hey, that was a bad choice. So right now, through the conversations with RDG and Story Construction and staff, we can talk about it, but we're thinking that might be good just doing, leaving where it is. And again, if we wanted to do some more protection, maybe doing some tile. We have that up in the restrooms at Homewood, just about 4 foot of tile up the wall. and that provides a little bit more of protection as well. So that's the conversation. I don't know, Troy, if you have anything else to add to that.
You know what kind of drywall they're using? Is it impact resistant drywall and moisture resistant from a standpoint? Just think about the wear and tear and stuff.
Yeah, I know for sure part of the locker rooms is moisture resistant for sure. I don't remember the extent of that though.
Right. Okay. I'll defer to staff. Just don't want to have a situation in a few years where we're saying, oh my God, we got to do repairs and it doesn't look very good. In a high use area, but anyway.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. All right. Is there a motion? Go
Staff
ahead.
to move forward with the additional items identified to be added to the Fitch Family Indoor Aquatic Center project.
Second.
Thank you. Is that including the FF&E increase too?
Mhm.
Yep. Good. All right. Those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried. Very good.
All right.
Thanks
Thank
for hanging
you.
around.
Thank you.
Hope you get home soon.
Thanks.
Thanks for staying late.
Yes.
Have a good night.
All right.
Too.
Move on to item number 28, amendments to Ames Municipal Code, Chapter 29, zoning ordinance to allow two-family duplex dwellings in single-family and residential zoning districts. Hi, Eloise.
Good evening. So this is the text amendment implementing the two-family dwellings into residential districts. As you will recall, in October, you directed us to proceed with this after we presented the public outreach responses. There's a couple of, I'm going to be brief. There's a couple of changes that we haven't discussed with you that we would like to highlight. One is that existing duplexes would not be subject to the new standards for any additions or changes, and they would be considered pre-existing. However, any new construction in existing areas, including areas that currently would allow duplexes or two-family, would be subject to the new standards. Secondly, the curb cut issue, we've included text to allow a second curb cut for two-family dwellings. That really wasn't discussed before, but it is something that is necessary to help flexibility in the building design and so forth. And then thirdly, the planning division would approve a zoning permit for the design review prior to issuing a building permit. We've included new standards that are unique for two-family dwellings that are in 29.410. And then a lot of what is in there, or a significant portion, deals with the neighborhood compatibility and the analysis. So in your staff report, there's also discussion about each of these factors. I'm not going to go through all that. You're familiar with that, I believe. And if you have questions, I'm happy to answer those. We did bring up some information on the state legislature that are considering some changes. So that does impact our suggestion for the final approval. But we believe the first reading could be approved tonight. And then the final reading, we would ask to not have until the end of March when we know what the legislature is doing. So our recommendation is alternative one, which is approve on first reading the draft ordinance text amendments to Chapter 29 included as attachment A, allowing two-family dwellings in all residential districts. And I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you
One
for the,
question.
thank you.
I've come across a couple of situations lately, one of them today, where the builder did not have a shared wall agreement, and it's really caused some heartburn for the people. Is that something that we legally can require? Is that if there's going to be a detached house, that we can require the filing of a shared wall agreement?
I think that would be more the case where you actually have a lot line between the walls.
Correct.
This would not be a lot line between these two units. As a two-family dwelling, it's on one property. So you wouldn't have the same concern. the same owner owns both units. So it's a shared wall between two dwellings, but not between two owners.
Okay, so, and that's helpful. It's just something we just bookmark this, and maybe in the future, if we have those situations, I'd like to think about that in the future, because it's caused some heartburn for a number of people.
Okay.
Yep, thanks.
Any questions? Thank you for the succinct and informative summary. You did a good job. All right, I declare a public hearing on amendments to the Ames Municipal Code, Chapter 29, to allow two-family duplex dwellings in single-family and other residential zoning districts to be open. So anyone who wants to address council tonight on this item? Seeing none, I declare the public hearing to be closed. Entertain a motion on approval of first reading, the draft ordinance to text amendments to Chapter 29, included as attachment A, allowing two-family dwellings in all residential districts.
Move on first.
Second.
Thank you. Roll call.
Aye.
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 Thank you, Eloise.
Thank you.
Have a good evening. All right.
And as we talked about this, if there were restrictive covenants in place, it's not going to change the restrictive covenants. So if a new subdivision has covenants that preclude this, then this would not override that.
Okay.
Correct.
No.
All right. All right, move on. Item number 30, as I mentioned at the beginning of the meeting, item number 29 was pulled by the applicant, and we'll probably come back to council at a later date. Any questions for staff on the 2023-2024 pavement restoration slurry seal program? Hearing none, declare a public hearing on this project, the 2023-2024 pavement restoration slurry seal program to be open. Is there anybody who wants to address council on this project? Seeing none, declare a public hearing to be closed. Entertain a motion on accepting reported bids.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed or abstaining? Motion carried. Entertain motion and resolution approving final plans, specifications, and awarding the contract to Fort Dodge Asphalt Company of Fort Dodge, Iowa, in the amount of $186,693.
Move approval.
Second.
Thank you. Roll call.
Aye.
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 All right, moving on. Item number 31, 2023-2024 Campus Town Public Improvements. Any questions for staff on this project? Hearing none, declare a public hearing on the 2023-2024 Campus Town Public Improvements, Welch Avenue and Chamberlain Place project to be open. Is there anyone that wants to address council? Seeing none, declare a public hearing to be closed. Entertain a motion on accepting the reported bids.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carried. Entertain motion and resolution approving final plan specifications and awarding contract to Construct Incorporated of Ames, Iowa, in the amount of $1,696,747 for the base bid amount.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Roll call.
Aye.
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 And entertain a motion and resolution approving change order number 1, removing bid item number 8.05, painted symbols and legends, inclusive crossing, in the amount of $185,000.
Move approval.
Second.
Thank you. Roll call.
Aye.
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 All right, move on to
Do
item
we
number-
need a motion on that, like noting that we're planning on doing it in-house?
Do you need a motion that we're going to do it? We've already-
Well, I mean, we just take it at, like, I just don't want us to just remove that bid and then have it, not happen.
You want to go on record, say motion directing staff to paint?
Yeah.
Go ahead. Tracy?
Yes, that is the full intention is Public Works staff will take care of painting it as we do the one downtown.
Okay. Well, it wouldn't hurt though to get a motion
Sure.
on
If you
record.
feel comfortable doing
Yeah,
that?
I would make a motion that we direct Public Works staff to do the crosswalk instead.
Second.
Second.
Okay, those in favor of motion say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed or abstaining? Motion carried. Tracy, the agenda said $185,000 deduct. Looking at the reported bids, it showed that construct was $175,000 for the alternative one.
Let me just clarify. I do have the copy of the bid tab here.
Now would be the time if we need to go ahead and reconsider the motion.
I show construct at 185 and then the other two bidders at 175. So
Okay.
185, yes.
Okay, so the council action form, inaccurately reported alternative one is 175 for construct. That's not being critical, it's just more or less, I was just comparing notes.
Yes.
That's all.
Accurate. Thank you.
All right, so the agenda is correct.
Yes.
Good, thank you. All right. Pardon me.
Yeah, not that part.
Oh,
Yeah, it's correct there.
okay, it's 10:10. Oh, yeah.
Thank you, Carly.
The table did not jive. I should have caught that. I'm sorry. Got it. Thank you. I'm all right, I think. All right. Move on to item number 32. Any questions for staff on the Collector Street pavement improvements? Declare a public hearing on the 2023-2024 Collector Street and pavement improvements, 6th Street to be open. Is there anyone that wants to address council on this project? Seeing none, declare public hearing to be closed. Entertain a motion accepting reported bids.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried. Entertain motion on resolution approving final plan specifications and awarding the contract to Construct Incorporated of Ames, Iowa in the amount of $1,003,926.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call.
Aye.
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 Thank you. Okay. Hopefully there are some questions for Mr. Com on this roof replacement project because he has been here.
He's got two. He's got 35.
Oh, he's got two of them. All right. All right. No, any questions for Don on this? Not declare a public hearing on the roof replacement at the power plant project to be open. Is there anyone who wants to address council on this project? Seeing none, declare a public hearing on roof replacement at the power plant to be closed. Entertain a motion accepting reported bids.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Roll call. I'm sorry. Those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carried. Thank you. Entertain a motion on resolution approving final plan specifications and awarding a contract to Central States Roofing of Ames, Iowa in the amount of $1,591,000.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Roll call.
Aye.
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 Thank you. On item number 34, any questions for Tracy on the stormwater erosion control Bloomington waterway? Hearing none, declare public hearing on the 2021-2022 stormwater erosion control Bloomington waterway to be open. Is there anyone who wants to address council on this project? Seeing none, declare the public hearing to be closed and entertain a motion on accepting reported bids.
Move accepting the reported bids.
Second.
Thank you. Those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried. And entertain motion on resolution approving final plan specifications and awarding contract to Construct Incorporated, Ames, Iowa in the amount of $206,340, including base bid alternate.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call.
Aye.
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 Thank you. Move on to item number 35, first passage of ordinance amending chapter 20, section 28.106 of the Ames Municipal Code regarding commercial electric vehicle charging rate.
Move on first.
Second.
Give me a second here to open up a public comment. Does anyone wants to address council on this topic this evening? Seeing none, close public input. Entertain motion. Moved by Garten, seconded by Corriere. Roll call, please.
Aye.
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 Thank you.
Night, Don.
Thanks, Don.
Item number 36, any questions for Mark on the amendment to the municipal code, increasing the number of Human Relation Commission members from 5 to 7? All right, open public input on the first passage of this ordinance, increasing Ames Human Relation Commission members from 5 to 7. Seeing none, close public input. Entertain motion on first passage of ordinance, amending Chapter 14 of the municipal code, increasing number of Ames Human Relation Commission members from 5 to 7.
Move on first.
Second.
Thank you. Roll call.
Aye.
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 Thank you. In the interest of trying to get that board increased to 7 by April 1st, ask councils to move to waive the rules and proceed with second and third reading.
Move we waive the rules.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you. All right. Roll call.
Aye.
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 Thank you. Entertain motion on second passage on second reading of the ordinance.
Move on second.
Second.
Roll call.
Aye.
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 Thank you. Entertain motion on third passage and adoption, or third reading and adoption of the ordinance.
Move on third.
Second.
Thank you. Roll call.
Aye.
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 Thank you. Entertain motion on second passage of ordinance, rezoning 210 South Fifth Street from agricultural A to highway-oriented commercial HOC with environmentally sensitive overlay.
Move on second.
Second.
Roll call.
Aye.
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 Entertain motion on the second passage of ordinance, rezoning with master plan of 102 and 116 Highland Avenue from residential high-density RH to neighborhood commercial NC with the O-UIW West University Impact District.
Move on second.
Second.
Thank you. Roll call.
Aye.
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 Thank you. Entertain motion on third passage, third reading and adoption of ordinance number 4519 on pre-approval of industrial tax abatement for research and development building at 300 South Bell Avenue.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call.
Aye.
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 Abstain. Conflict of interest.
Aye.
Thank you. All right, we'll move on to disposition. We only have one email to pass on. That's from Greg Ogilvy. And council, I just passed it on just to have it be, I think you all received it, but take note of it as we go through the, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, what about the guy with the sinkhole thing? Is that was a communication to council in person? No.
Oh, you want to look into it
Is there
under
really?
council comments or?
Yeah. Or is that where we would do it? No, rather than
Under council
disposition?
comment,
Okay.
Yeah, this is actually what's formally been sent to council.
Gotcha. Email.
Yep.
I thought it
Yep.
was also the public forum stuff.
Yep. Anyway, so just for your information as we proceed with the final work on that ordinance. All right, council comments. Brahma, go ahead.
Is there really a sinkhole on 16th Street?
Did he say 6 and?
He said 6th and 16th, but he must have misspoke.
Yeah. It said 6 and 16.
I don't know.
Like when there's a sinkhole, we get right at it.
I would
because of
think
the risk-
so.
Because of the risk. So
Street, a sinkhole?
I,
Just making sure. I don't know.
I didn't know it was 6 and 16.
no, there's no
Yeah.
intersection.
If we don't think it's a thing, I'm good.
Okay.
It's fine.
I had mentioned before that, and I've talked with both Steve and Brian about getting a little bit more information as on those funding requests, that we have all funded projects provide a report, and then that there would be a summary report that would come back to council so that we can better understand how those dollars for CODA, as well as those other funded projects, how those are being used with a little bit more detail than we get right now. So I'm bringing that forward for consideration.
Motion.
as a motion.
Yep.
Can I ask,
Is there a second?
I can say okay.
Second.
Okay.
so what is it that we're hoping to gain from this? And
Yeah.
what strings do we attach to this?
One is to make sure that we are getting reports back, which I understand is a requirement. But the other is to find out what's the impact. Sometimes funds are going to groups that maybe aren't being touched by any other thing perhaps that we're doing. And it would be nice for council to know that. For instance, if it is something with the Asian and Pacific Islander group, and I'm making this up, there's a theater production. It would be nice to know how many people participated on what date and just get a little bit more data about what our dollars are going to support.
Okay.
Just by way of a little background, so we have requirements to provide this type of reporting if you're a recipient of CODA funds and if you're a recipient of the outside funding request. CODA has an existing process where they receive these reports and they may ask questions. They're very regimented about what is specifically required to be placed in the reports. We don't really have we don't have a consistent mechanism, I suppose, for the outside funding requests. Although the contracts require that a final report be provided, we haven't been consistent about requiring that. That one would simply go to city staff if we have that one at the moment.
So the outside funding request would be like the youth sports complex, the Legion, History
Correct.
Museum.
Correct.
I mean, can I assume we can just mimic something like what CODA's doing for that one?
I'm sure we could come up with a
I
standard
mean, I don't
form
want
that
to
would do that.
reinvent the
Yeah.
wheel,
No,
obviously.
is there any specific information?
Well,
I would like it to have some data, numbers and dates, in addition to a general, here's the kind of thing that we supported. So I would like to know a little bit more, just even if it, yeah. And not in order to necessarily decide if we want to do it again, but again, to see what are those pockets of people that we're maybe impacting that we're not aware of because we're not getting enough data, enough numbers back.
The thing is, we don't buy service levels.
That's right.
So I'll give you an example. We just subsidize the Hunter Youth Complex. So that goes in their general operating budget. I don't think so the report would be
Right.
on their whole.
And that, I think that's okay.
The whole
I would
thing,
just
not-
want to know how many
Or
young
the-
people came through the park that year.
That year. It's total. It's not, I can't say that's what our dollars bought.
Right.
We subsidize the whole thing. Same thing with the museum. We didn't buy a certain exhibit or anything.
Right.
Sometimes we did. We didn't this time, I think, right? We just subsidized the operation.
Right.
So you just want the total number to get there, right?
Yep, to know that it was
Trying to think of what else
completed,
we
which I
had.
know you already get the information if it was completed, but how many people are coming through the museum would be.
That kind of information.
Mhm.
So participation.
My only point is that some things you can get an accurate head count.
Mhm.
Other events, it's going to be harder to do that. I just want to overburden these, but I
And
think
I
it's
assume for
reasonable.
asset, we can just get clear impact reports, right? We don't have to.
Well, I understood we're just talking about CODA. And
Oh, are we
outside
just
funding
talking
requests.
about
Yeah.
those two?
Right,
Oh, okay.
yeah, not asset.
Asset already has a great.
That's what I mean. I was
Right,
like,
sorry.
yeah,
We're buying
No.
this, right?
yeah.
No, not asset, just our own.
You think you got it, Brett?
Yeah, it might be helpful to understand. So right now, CODA gets these kinds of reports already. So do you want CODA to receive those and approve them and then transmit them to you? Do you want them not considered approved until after the council has received
I
them and
don't want
approved
to
them?
interrupt the process. I just would like.
So it's just
information.
informational?
It's kind of after the fact information. We have the
Yeah.
summary.
Okay.
Mhm.
But for the outside funding requests, that should come to us, I would assume.
As it has in the past, you'll make
I mean-
presentations.
Yeah,
and
that one
ask
makes
us
more
what
sense
we
to
would
me.
like to-
Yeah,
It's
that
just, how does it integrate with the CODA process that exists
Yeah.
and how the council's involved in that now?
I mean, I would think that process doesn't need to change other
No.
than
You're
here's
just
what
getting
they.
a copy of it.
For outside funding, I think you could just incorporate it as part of their new funding application, right? Like, please provide a summary of whatever, how many museum visitors you had or,
Yeah, well, I think we'd want to catch them within 30 days or so after the end of the fiscal year, just so things are fresh.
yeah.
We can do that.
Okay.
We have a mechanism to do that.
I just want to make sure we're
already.
covering the right information you want.
Yeah.
You want attendance, who's served? I don't know if they keep track of who's served
A
though.
lot of those places aren't going to keep track of that kind of
Right.
stuff, though.
They
You know what I
may
mean?
not.
I know, I'm just trying to make
I
sure we
mean,
get the
like,
information.
right.
Baseball or softball or soccer is not going to know, other than numbers, like
Right.
Right. So that's just,
much more in the way of.
but is that enough? Just participation numbers?
Yeah. And if it was a performance, the date and yeah. And I know, yeah.
Okay,
Numbers
well,
are great.
Okay. Those in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carried. Anything else, Anita?
No, that's it. Thank you.
Nothing for me.
So speaking of sinkholes, we had a major water main break today. Affected a lot of people downtown. My staff spent a lot of time going to different businesses for restrooms. Thank you to city staff for working hard to get water restored. It was a big project. Thanks. Nothing else.
All right. Entertain a motion to adjourn.
Move adjourn.
All right. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
We are adjourned. Thank you.